Are we live? On romrom.net, on the RomRom YouTube channel. Can you guys hear us? Can you guys see us? Are we streaming? If so, hello and welcome to romrom.net, the channel sharing the joys of sim racing. Serta is not here. I am, but Serta is not here. So we're in no rules mode, and we're going to be streaming the Global Enduro 4 hours of Sebring for you guys. If you do not see us or hear us on the RomRom YouTube channel, then you are seeing us and hearing us on the Global Enduro YouTube channel. And so, hello to everybody who is there. We're going to give it a good college try to get streaming here on RomRom, but I don't think we are live. Yeah, I'm refreshing the RomRom channel, and I don't think we're live on YouTube.
Oh, okay, because it says live to me.
Uh-oh.
I think we are.
Oh, we are live.
Yes, we are live.
Oh, hey! Nice.
Oh, and look who's here.
I did it, guys.
Tom, yay!
We're in subscribers only mode for the RomRom channel. So if you guys would like to communicate with us, then subscribe.
Bearing in mind slow mode is off, so don't spam it.
Indeed.
So we're still in qualifying right now. Is it the last qualifying?
This is the last qualifying, I'm pretty sure. I think it's the only qualifying. But give me just a second. I'm going to test if you guys can be heard, like, at all whatsoever. So go on ahead and take it away. Jenny, tell us a little bit about Sebring.
Okay, let me tell you a little bit. It's a very exciting course. I don't know all the details of it, but as a spectator and a lover of all racing, this course, when I think of this course, I think of just brutalness on the cars. It's so bumpy. It is just a very difficult track on these vehicles. So it's also exciting as a spectator to see what's going to happen to the vehicles and how they're going to hold up during this long race.
Well, cool. I did it, guys. I don't know about volume levels or anything like that, but you can be heard. I went and turned on YouTube on my living room TV and pulled up the stream, and I heard Jenny. She's quiet. I don't know how to turn her up any louder, but
Oh no!
hey, at least also the game audio, if it's there, it's really quiet too. So you can be heard. Just turn up your speakers to hear us.
Yeah, because I actually am a really loud person, so I've never heard that before. That I'm being not loud enough.
It's not you who's being not loud enough. It's probably me who's being not loud enough in some form or fashion. Hi, volume mixer. Bye, volume mixer. But yeah, so we're chugging along. We're getting there.
We actually have come a very long way.
We have.
Hours.
Yes. So
It almost didn't happen.
a little bit of reference. We finished qualifying now, and as we grid up for the start, a little bit of reference. We have so 24 hours ago, my R Factor 2 client, my install, updated, and as a result, it wouldn't launch, just at all. And we eventually tracked it down to my monitor setup because I unplugged all of my monitors. I have a 1440p 144 hertz monitor, a 1080p 60 hertz monitor, and a 1080p probably 30 hertz TV that I like duplicate that with. And so it's kind of a complicated setup because it's different aspect ratio, or not aspect ratios, pardon. It's different refresh rates, it's different sizes, and rFracture 2 didn't like that with this most recent update, and so that was a lot of fun. Now we are gridding into 3.5 minutes of warm-up, and then we'll begin our 4 hours of Global Enduro Sebring endurance racing. Our first cars are getting out onto the grid. That looks like Zanatti and Zampini. I'm sorry, Zanatti and Briganet. Yeah, that's Zanatti and Briganet. Unfortunately for you guys, I don't have the I don't have the files with me for the leaderboard, so we're gonna be very vocal. I will give you guys frequent updates on the position standings because I have that with my control panel, and so that's how we're gonna do it this time around. I would like to extend a big shout out to Serta because he is the thing that makes these streams work as well as they do.
Yes.
And so I'm sure that if I had a lifetime in media production, I could get this to as good of a standard as Serta could. But I do not,
Probably.
and I had like a day or a couple of days with this. Ooh, we're seeing a big spin there from Briganet, causing a yellow in Sector 1. That hairpin, that's the slowest corner on the circuit, and it can be kind of a tricky one on cold tires, as we can see.
Okay, and so Cody, this is our official race 2, correct, of the season?
Yes, this is the second race of the season. Our first race, if you guys tuned in to our previous race in the 4-hour series, that was at Silverstone in the UK. We are here in America for Sebring. It's fitting that the American crew is here commentating, void of the Europeans, although we do have with us we do have with us Tom Cairns, who I think he has stepped away from the mic at the moment, but if you were watching Global Enduro in the pre-show, you probably heard him. And now that we're properly live, he stepped away, but he'll be back there for a little bit to lend his excellent knowledge and commentary talents to the stream.
Right now, actually.
Oh!
Hey!
I'm not away from the mic. I had some food in my bowl and I had to make sure my mic was muted so
Oh.
people like real and like that. Anyway, how are we guys? Are you okay?
Yes, we're doing wonderful. You can be heard, although albeit probably very quietly from last I checked. But it's turned all the way up in my in all the controls that I have currently available to me. So speak loud, speak clear, and everybody else turn your volumes up. That's the best I can say. We are renegading it. Certainly, we're going full bore. We don't know what we're doing, but we're gonna act like we do with regards to production. But we're here. We're streaming on the RomRom channel and on Global Enduro if you're looking for that as well. But all right, warm up is over. We're going to have a 2.5 minute countdown, and then we will grid up for the start of the Global Enduro 4 hours.
So, Cody, I do want to mention, because I do have the standings from the last race,
Yes.
and so it's nice to kind of see going into this race. It's Zanatti is actually he won the last race, so he's for the LMP2, and then I don't know the Matrix Racing for the GTE who is involved in that team.
Oh, goodness.
I don't have the breakdown. I don't have the breakdown of the drive. Well, I do. I just have to go pull it up.
Yep. Again, thank you guys for tuning in to this stream. This essentially Serta is out. He is doing life things, which we fully support. We enjoy. But originally, there was not going to be a stream for this race. We were going to come back in for race 3 of this series, fill you in on the standings and the points, and continue on from there. But I am streaming this race as a bit of a bonus, and so it's probably not going to be the quality that you guys are used to. But certainly we are making it work best we can. Especially given all of the incidents that we had run into prior. So, 40 seconds left on the clock. We see some cars starting to grid up somewhere. Yeah, there we go. We see some cars starting to grid up. There's the grid. And we'll probably be switching a little bit more than we're used to. From car to car. Watch this. Boom. Switching from car to car. Instantly. Very, very fast. And the main reason for that is because we don't have the overlay. I don't have names on all of the drivers within the sim in the stream that you see. And so we're going to rely on our overlay control panels that I can't get to actually overlay. And we're going to relay them to you vocally. And so since I'm pretty sure Tom and Jenny are a little quiet, I'll largely take on that duty so that you guys can hear the point standings loud and clear. I see a cone going flying on our outlap. Those Orica LMP2s that make up the top class of this series, they have those wonderful scoops on the side, the canards, and those help with downforce around these really, really fast Sebring corners. But then you hit a cone with them and they just launch them up in the air. It's honestly pretty hilarious. Yeah, we're gridding up. Tigran Mkhitaryan qualified in front, as you can see. Your points leader, Alberto Zanatti, is in second, very, very close behind on that starting grid.
Waiting for the pace car to make its way into the pit lane. Should get this second race of the Global Enduro Championship underway. See, in case you want to know which types of vehicles are involved, they are all either LMP2s, I believe, or GTEs.
Indeed.
Should have 23 entries as well for this one. Maybe one or two short of that, so we'll see.
We're seeing Pierce Crone in the number 15 Ferrari 488 GTE Evo. He placed third, I believe, in the last race at Silverstone, and he has improved that position a little bit for qualifying second. So he shares the front row with the Corvette of Dino Pereira. Uh, in LMP2, all of the cars are essentially to the same formula. All of the cars on this grid, I believe, are the Orica 07. In GTE, as you can see, it's a very different story. You've got a mix. You've got Corvettes, you've got Ferraris, you have Aston Martin in there, you've got Porsche, all sorts of different cars, and they all have slightly different handling characteristics. And here we are, green flag. Green, 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 going around the first corner here. Oh boy. Tigran Mkhitaryan spins. Zanatti with him. It looks like, oh man. Bahar also down. Oh my goodness, they're all the LMP2s at the front are now at the back. We see some front end damage there on Erding Bahar's Rebellion liveried car. Maximilian Reichel, unfortunately, the GTE casualty there, having to slow way down, and now he's stuck behind all those LMP2s. Briganet, way behind, big casualty of that wreck. Let's see, it looks like Tigran Mkhitaryan, he's gotten his footing back, but he's having to work his way around some GTEs now. Alberto Zanatti, there you go. Well, you guys didn't know this was going to be a reverse grid race. Wayne Newton is now in front. Zampini right behind. And they are taking advantage of that. Uh-oh. Bahar spins hard into the wall. And it looks like a retirement from Bahar. Yep. Briganet, I think, may have been involved in that. Possibly. Unfortunately, we didn't catch it live on stream. Let's go to our GTE leader, Dino Pereira, in the Corvette. Before we went green, I was talking about the differences of all of the Corvettes. I'm sorry, the differences of all the GTE cars, and how they all have different handling characteristics. The Corvette is like absolutely nothing else. It is a bullet in a straight line, and Sebring is nothing if not straight lines connected by corners. There are some very wide, fast, sweeping corners, and so we'll start to see a lot of the Ferraris, the Porsches catching up in the corners and around the turns. Ooh, a little bit of a touch there between Greg Elder and Maximilian Reichel. Greg Elder now coming into the pit lane. It looks like he sustained some damage. I think it was more than just that tap, but I think yeah, there was a bit of damage in that hectic first lap for Greg Elder. Here we are, Wayne Newton off to an early lead, followed shortly by Zampini. Of course, there's 4 hours left to go in this race, so we've got a lot of race to run. Here we have... Go ahead.
Yeah, I was expecting to be a lot of action stuff because there's still going to be a lot of the LMP cars that are going to be out of sync because they're going to be stuck behind a lot of the GTE cars. But I would expect within a few laps they'll just sail past them and be back on terms in terms of battle for the lead overall.
That's absolutely right, and just to see the performance difference between the two classes, all of the LMP2 cars currently out on track. That's everybody except for the number 226 car of Erding Bahar. Have all passed the GTEs. Dino Pereira, your leader in GTE, in the Corvette that I mentioned was going to have an inherent speed advantage on Sebring, has been lapped by the car of Briganet, who we saw have an incident beforehand on that first lap. Wayne Newton having a banner race, if the first few laps is to be judged, sets a new best lap time, passing, I believe that's even his qualifying best, I think. I have a very small window here, but yeah, I think that's a 1 minute 49.819. I think that's faster than he qualified. Zampini, of course, very close behind as well. You can see it's really just the two of them right there. They certainly were the ones who escaped the big issue at the start. Zanatti again, we see some front left damage there. Actually, some front rear damage as well. That's just a banged up car all around visually. Of course, in sim racing, it's a little bit different than real life racing in that in real life racing, there's damage. You see the damage, and the damage is. In R Factor 2, visually, whenever you see some damage, the car is damaged, but you don't really know to what extent. And it looks like since he's still putting in pretty good lap times and he's gaining ground, I'm going to assume that that's just some light damage from the scuffle.
So, Baran was in the pits for a little bit, but it's coming out now in the GTE, the
Oh,
Corvette.
GTE and the oh yes, yeah, Mustafa Batuhan Baran. We saw him. I think his performance in the previous 4-hour race at Silverstone kind of left a little bit to be desired. The Corvette not well suited around there.
Yes,
I think it
it
was.
was tough.
I remember it was either. It's been a little bit now. I believe it was Porsche's who swept the podium on that, or I think they took the top 2 spots, if not the entire podium. But on this circuit, certainly the more powerful V8 outpaces the flat plane crank flat 6 of the Porsches. Pierce Krohn in the Ferrari, not to be forgotten about. He's running in second in GTE, in front of Dino Pereira and behind Juan Del Castillo. He's gotten a pretty good lead on Del Castillo, now having 12 seconds on top of him. But he's chasing down Dino Pereira about 3 seconds behind him. Definitely has him in his sights, but it's a long race to run, and we know Pierce is very good at distance racing. And so we will follow and see, but I don't think he's going to push hard to make a move just yet. I think he's going to let Dino run away with it for the moment. Moving back to LMP2, Wayne Newton is being chased in a similar fashion by Andrea Zampini, yellow in Sector 1. Do I see why that might be? Most people are in Sector 3. I'm popping through all the cars. Typically, I would do this off stream. Oh, Shane White is in the pits. That might have something to do with it. We may have seen an incident from Shane White, possibly, but he is now pitting in, or he is pitted in. New best lap time from Brigonet in the LMP2, I believe that is, the Kimo Safe's branded car. It's sort of, kind of a McLaren kind of feel to it, Fernando Alonso style. I think that may have been Fernando Alonso's virtual Le Mans race livery. But currently that car is being piloted by Mr. Brigonet. It's been a fairly straightforward start. We had some action on the first lap, but throughout the rest of it, we've just seen the drivers settling in. They're racing a championship right now, certainly. There's a lot of race left to go, and we'll start to see things heat up, especially come the first pit stop. We are predicting about 3 or so pit stops for the GTE cars, and probably a little bit more than that for the LMP2s. Probably about 4 or maybe 5, depending on strategy.
And cautions.
And cautions, absolutely. Around Silverstone, that's an inevitability.
Is it a? I don't know if this goes for all of them, but for the GTE, would you say about every like 30-ish minutes or every 30 minutes or so for pitting?
I think their stints can go a little bit longer, especially if they're able to save fuel in the way that they should be in an endurance race. Um, I would predict they could do up to about 40 to 45 minutes on a tank of fuel around Silverstone. I'm sorry, Silverstone. Around Sebring. Like Silverstone, Sebring is a very fast circuit. You're in the throttle a lot around both circuits. And both have a decent mix of curves and straights. As you can see, we've got Wayne Newton weaving around, lapping the first GTEs, dipping off a little bit into the dirt there. I can't remember. They had discussed in a driver's meeting places where you can and cannot pass. I think that might have been one of the places you can't pass, or that might have been this spot here. But certainly he did it. It was a risky move, but he did it safely and cleanly. And yeah, certainly showing the skill at hand of these drivers. And the Porsche, I believe that may have been, yeah, that's Greg Elder in the GTE car being lapped. Wow, they look absolutely humongous in comparison to the LMP2s. Look at the size difference there. My goodness. You think of think of the size of a Porsche, right? It's a little bit wider than that. You're right, but it's not a large automobile. And then the LMP2s are smaller than that. It's weird. You see the LMP2s, you see the canopy, how small it is, and then you see these really, really wide fenders and this low, wide profile. You always think that it's a little bit larger and wider than it actually is, but no, they're tiny little things. Quick though, very, very quick, as your best lap time was set by Brigone, 1 minute 48.174. I think we mentioned it earlier, but I don't think we read it out.
Okay, and he's currently in 5th, right, Brigade?
Yes. Yes.
Little shout out to Serta, because Serta actually really, with Wayne Newton being the #1 right now, that's Serta's. He likes that design. That was one of his favorite ones. I remember from race 1 him saying that.
I just want to do a real quick test. Are you guys able to still hear me on YouTube? You guys able to hear me? Anybody? Do 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 do.
Just looking back, Cody, it does sound loud and clear, but it's somewhat a little bit distorted, if that makes sense.
Indeed. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I'm very much happy that there's no more echo, so that's good. I was able to turn that down. Frankly, since I'm very new to this, I don't know how to fix the echo, or I don't know how to fix the, the distortion. I will address it. I will ask Serta the next time I see him, and in the future, we'll do this. But this is my first live stream, guys. Hi. And so we're just we're going along. This is the bonus stream, because honestly, I wasn't even able to open. Yeah, there wasn't supposed to be one, and I was not able to open R Factor 2 like an hour ago. So we're gonna roll with what we have. I'm glad the echo is gone. I was able to turn down a extra channel that we had. Alrighty. But yeah, so I will turn it over to the very capable hands of Tom Cairns and Jenny, and I'm going to work on that game audio for you guys, just so we can see about maybe getting that going. We're going to try. Alright, see you guys in a moment.
you know I'm not capable, so you have to take over. I'm the color here. Tom, are you still there? Okay.
He
Looks
might
like
be
he just.
digging he might be digging into his cereal still. I know he's having a late breakfast.
What did he call them again?
Shreddies, I believe. I like it.
Shreddies.
I like that name.
Yeah.
It wasn't something I was familiar with, but yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. Everybody's behaving on the track. Nice and clean. There is some exciting racing right now with I believe, it's Zampini and Zanatti. And they're very close. And that should be a fun little back and forth to watch.
Yep, this is Zampini chasing Zanatti.
Crone just kind of bumped into the tires a little bit, but fine. It's a number 2 GTE right now. Yeah, I think it feels like the GTEs, everybody's pretty settled right now in their positions.
So we're riding on board. I'd like to say we're riding on board here. It's the close-up view, on board view from far ahead.
This is Andrea Zampini, and he is chasing Alberto Zanatti, who is currently in second. And they're having a good little chase here.
Yes, they are. This is probably the exciting right now, the good one to watch right now. They're the closest on the track to each other. And if you have any issue with motion sickness, this is not the track for you to watch. You can see the camera view bumping up and down.
To be honest, if that was bad enough, you think about how the riders in MotoGP have lost it in practice and qualifying yesterday. It's
Oh,
absolutely
yeah. So why is it that they don't even out Sebring? Is it because it has this brutal track now and it tests all the cars and so they just keep it that way? Does anybody know?
I think a lot of it is like it's got a very unique character, being as bumpy as it is, and so to pave Sebring, and make it smoother, kind of kills a lot of the character, the draw. There's a saying at Sebring which is respect the bumps, and you really do, you really have to. I don't think it would be near as interesting a circuit if it weren't the case that you kind of had to pay attention to the track surface as opposed or in addition to the track layout as you're driving. Can't hear the girl. You can hear Tom, but you can't hear the girl. uh, let's see.
Do you mean Jenny?
I think we do mean Jenny.
The girl.
Yep. That's
Oh no.
that's the Rom YouTube chat, letting us know some of the issues.
I'm actually not real. It's just my picture on there.
Girls don't exist.
See the cars making their way back into the pit straight.
Oh,
In
it
case you
just
didn't know,
says Brigade DNF.
Oh.
Oh no. Sorry, Tom. I'm sorry about that. I just noticed that.
no, it's okay. That was more important information than what I was going to say. So, in case you didn't know, Sebring once hosted a round in the Formula One World Championship in 1959. Sterling Moss, I believe, won that race. Just jog my memory back.
Said 1959.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, December the 12th, 1959. The official name of the Grand Prix was called Grand Prix of the United States at the Sebring International Raceway. And it was a 42 lap event. And the race was won by Bruce McLaren for Cooper.
Oh yeah, Cooper Climax.
Yeah, 1959 and 60, I think, were the only years that Cooper ever won the Formula One World Championship.
So Zanatti is cutting down on Newton's lead because Newton was in the around 2-3ish, and now it's down to 1-4. So it's kind of nice. The LMP2, the first, second, and third are within 4 seconds of each other still. It's for good racing.
I'm sure Sebring has hosted some races in IndyCar, but not this year, I thought. You may have to fill me on that, Jenny or Cody.
Yeah. We watch a lot of IndyCar too. Just I thought they were doing it this year, but let me see.
Yes, Sebring is on the calendar for IndyCar.
Is that for next year?
I think for next year, yeah. I think they put Sebring back on the calendar after a few years of it being off. I know they test at Sebring, certainly.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the only one that's in Florida for next year's IndyCar Championships is the one at St. Petersburg.
Oh, is that the one? Okay.
Yeah. Do not see.
My information may have been incorrect.
Looks like it, sir. Yeah, I do see that IndyCar is doing Laguna Seca. That's a track I have personally been to multiple times and very much enjoy as a spectator. Okay, so far we have 2 DNFs of this race.
Can you guys hear the desktop audio or the stream or the game? Pardon. Let me know, stream. I've pushed some buttons.
Ask them if they can hear the girl.
Yes, can you hear the girl? Can you hear Jenny? Woo! I did it. I did it. I hit the button. I hit the right button. Yes! No matter who wins this race,
Victories.
no matter
You
who
are a
wins the
winner,
race,
Cody.
I have won this one.
You are winning.
Jenny went louder, but back to quiet. How fantastic. Alrighty.
Well, I mean, we can't win them all, people.
How was that, Mark? Was that one better? I'm still tweaking some things.
Love how some
What's up?
So I was just gonna say, I love how Sampini, I think it is, they were riding on the ball, how he just goes riding over the curbs.
Oh,
Really,
yeah.
Yeah, that can be helpful in gaining some time, but with Sebring being as rough as it is, you've got to make your suspension and your tires last for as long as you can. Tires you get to
Look how
change,
close.
suspension you don't.
Zanotti's getting a lot closer now to Newton.
Mm-hmm. But with an echo. Okay. I think I might be able to address that too. We're learning on the fly. And if anybody is thinking, man, why didn't they test this? I did.
It was.
I did test this.
Yeah.
one of the LMP cars is slowing there. I can't quite tell who that is, but that is not going at the pace that you'd normally see it going. I saw Sampini go past him.
I wonder if it's Kane. Is it Kane?
It's a purple liveried machine, so that can give you some form of clue.
Yeah, I believe that's the number 5 of or the 5th place right now. Because I think that car is one lap down already. Okay, we're gonna have a race between 1 and 2 right now in LMP2. There's, oh yeah. Oh yeah, there's a GTE. Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. I know. Yep. Just remember, we have 3.5 hours left. No need to force anything. Ah, you can do it, Cody.
Finish first, you have to. That's what Ron Dennis would use to say. So yeah, it looks like that Newton's been closed in now by Sonati as they go on this this back straight. There is a yellow flag in sector 1, so I can't quite tell who has quite caused that. It's cleared away anyway. So they're just going down the back straight now. And now I want to ask, when are you expecting pit stops? Because with being on this many laps, I would think that they'll want to make side changes at some point and add fuel in.
Look at all the traffic going through with Newton and Zanotti for first and second. They're just weaving through traffic. Yep. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Oh no, Newton got out a little bit. But this, oh, yes, yeah. But Tom, I would think in the next probably 10 minutes or so, we could start expecting some pit stops with the LMP2, I think. So Del Castillo just pitted for the GTE, which is interesting. Yeah. And then also, is it Reichel? Is that how you say? Is also in the pits for GTE. That's very interesting. About 3 pit stops. But we did have that yellow and sector and oh. Oh no, yes, already having a tough race too. Okay, that's yeah, it's good. It's going. Oof. Oh yeah, fighting that. Yep. Oh no, spinned out. Eek. Yeah. Oh my gosh. So Baran in the GTE is also pitting. So the GTEs have all pitted. Well, not all of them. I'm sorry, but they're pitting sooner. That's so interesting.
Yeah, it's certainly not what we had expected originally.
Yeah.
Zyber, are you able to hear me now? I should be coming through. Turn my mic back on. My mic, like, audio input back on. But, man, the only person having a bigger issue right now than us is Hakan Kane.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna have to limp that thing all the way around, and I can't imagine it's
Yeah.
easy to handle right now. So it's taking all of his effort. You see him just crawling. It's taking all of his effort to just like keep that thing in a straight line.
I was just going to say, how far has he got to go to get into the pit lane? Because he's quite some way far back, because the leader's just going through the back straight now. So
He
imagine
spun
that
on
Kane's
turn
got-
1, so he's got the entire lap to do like that, and he has to avoid everybody else. Zanotti and Newton are still battling each other. Zanotti's still behind Newton, but by about a second. We can see he's chasing Zanotti. Proved that he has the pace to catch Newton. It's all a question of.
Mkhitaryan is in the pits now for the LMP2.
Yep, that's about that's
Yeah.
more expected. We are at this point 36 minutes into the race. It's still a little bit earlier than we were predicting, but it makes sense.
It's a
Excellent.
brutal course.
I think we have the audio about as good as we're gonna get it this time around. Zyber can hear me. He can hear the other two. Oh, big spin! Big spin! That looks like Pierce Crone. Pierce Crone is off in Sector 1.
He's just rejoined ahead of. Can't quite tell who that is in the red liveries. That's not one of the Ferraris, is it?
That is one of the Ferraris. That is Juan del Castillo, lap down. Looks like he's going to get his lap back from Pierce Crone. And Pierce Crone is going to go, hey, give me that back. But yep, they're now battling, not for the lead, but for the lead lap. And yeah, Dino Pereira extends his lead with Pierce Crone, previously in second place, now spinning out. With 3 hours, 23 minutes left to go, here are your leaders. Wayne Newton in the LMP2 category is your leader currently. Zanotti, the championship points leader after Silverstone, is close behind in second. Andrea Zampini is in third. In GTE, Dino Pereira is far and away your leader in GTE, driving the Corvette. As it looks like our leader is now coming into pit.
Yep.
Zampini. Oh no, not our. Yes. Our Wayne Newton and Zanotti coming into pit. Zampini stays out, so Zampini is your leader for the moment. Back to the GTE points, or back to the GTE leaderboard. Dino Pereira is in first, GTE. Pierce Crone, we saw, had spun, but it wasn't enough for him to lose the lead, although it did allow... who was that? Del Castillo in the Ferrari that we see just ahead of him to make strides toward getting his lap back. And then Tom Prangley, who we haven't really discussed much, is in a battered Aston Martin. As it goes around. Certainly, Sebring has not left many clean cars, be it sand or damage. Even though we're pretty early on in the race still. Certainly a lot left to go.
So looks like Newton had a pretty good pit stop, and I don't know why Zanotti didn't leave really close to that.
I think so. If you recall to the first lap, when there were some incidents throughout, the main beneficiaries were Wayne Newton and Zanotti, and Wayne emerged completely unscathed. He was able to just weave through, and he didn't get a touch at all. Zanotti, I think we saw a little bit of contact there. He was able to still make it around with good time on that first lap. He didn't get caught up, slowed down by the wreckage, but it certainly did damage his car, I think. And so I think that was repairing that.
With our Factor 2, Cody, does the game force you to fix when you go in the pits? Does it force you to fix anything that's damaged, or can you bypass it? Just asking.
I think you can choose which damaged things you can repair.
Okay. I mean, it's such a long race, I would assume you'd fix everything, but...
I believe so. I'm by no means an R Factor 2 authority.
Right.
We, if you guys were watching the pre-show over on the Global Enduro YouTube channel, go subscribe to that, by the way. We like having you guys on the RomRob channel, but certainly I want to plug the Global Enduro YouTube channel as well. They put some pretty cool races out. That many of them you can find on the RomRom channel. We stream them here. But there's some cool stuff on there. Go check them out. But anyways, if you were watching the pre-show as we were figuring things out, I had mentioned that I've got about 156 hours in R Factor 2, which sounds like a lot, until you realize that I have almost 2,000 hours in Assetto Corsa. And so R Factor 2, though I use it, certainly, and I've used it with Global Enduro, I've used it with other R Factor 2 leagues that I've been in, it's not my strongest suit, so I'm not the authority on that.
Okay. Well, while you were talking, Kane officially DNF'd. So now we have 3 DNFs for the LMP2 class.
I see. Yep, Hakan Kane,
Yeah.
Briganet, and Bahar. All retirement. All of our GTEs are still out on track. So certainly
Zampini is in the pits.
Yep, that's to be expected. He
Yep.
stayed out for I think an extra 2 laps. Wayne Newton and Zanotti pitted in, and then Zampini got a couple of laps in of clean air out in front, and now he is coming into pit. Zampini also, I believe, was caught up, had some damage there, so I don't think this pit stop's going to be as fast as he wishes it could be.
Okay. So my memory might be incorrect, but most of our drivers have team members, and they will switch out. But
Yes.
was Zanotti by himself last race and possibly this race too?
I believe so. I think that actually he may have been. I do know. Yes, yeah, you're right. Zanotti was a solo driver for Silverstone, and that strategy really paid off for him since he won that race.
It did. Yes.
4 hours of consistent driving behind the wheel, when many of the drivers were, swapping out and doing several stints, trading off, doing, an hour, and then the other driver does another hour. Zanotti opted to sit in that seat in one spot for 4 hours and do the whole thing himself, but it sure did pay off, and I think he's doing the same thing this time around.
I mean, I've never tried the Sebring circuit myself because I've not had any R-Factor experience or any experience whatsoever on the video game side of things on this track. I don't know if it's in project cars or whatever, but maybe that could be something for me to use to give this track a go. It looks interesting, but it feels part of the circuit has like a runway.
Yep.
So I imagine there'll be like
Yes.
I believe.
It's an old Air Force runway. Is that what we're saying, Cody?
Wayne Newton is, yes, indeed. Wayne Newton's out on that stretch right now. As you can see, big, long backstretch. And then, that forms one side of it, and then here you go across the very, very bumpy turn 9. This is all originally World War II airfield. And then you come out onto another section of runway over here. And this is also original airfield. And then a lot of the original Sebring circuit was the taxiways and back roads throughout. This part here that they're on, I believe, is a bit of dedicated road now that they're on dedicated raceway. But certainly Sebring, if you ever go to racingcircuits.info, they are a great resource for seeing how track layouts have changed over the years. And Sebring has evolved a lot. It's a lot curvier now than it was at the start. It used to just be, here you are on a big long straight, and then you make a corner to get onto another big long straight, and you make another corner to get on a big long straight. And it's always had that turn 9, that really, really big, bumpy, wide corner that tightens before you reach the finish line. But certainly, it's got a history for straight lines, and that does come from it being an airfield. Wayne Newton has made his way in front of Zanotti in the pits and Zampini as well. Although Zampini now is about 4 seconds or so behind Wayne Newton. You're watching Zampini right now trying to make his way around Pierce Crone's now damaged Ferrari. And then you see Wayne Newton there up ahead of him, but certainly after the last pit stop, Wayne Newton was the main beneficiary. Let's check in on the GTEs. We have Dina Pereira still in the lead in that Corvette, chugging along. We saw the Chevrolet logo there.
Is Dino also, did they win the last race also?
Let's see, Matrix Racing, I think so.
Yeah, I think that's Matrix. So,
I believe
and
so.
yeah. Okay. Sorry, Cody, proceed as I interrupt you. I apologize.
Hey, no worries. I have a tendency to ramble, which can be good as a commentator, but certainly I want to not overstep my bounds at all. I like the input that comes from all the rest of you guys. Pierce Crone is in second place. We mentioned him. Tom Prangley still in third, very much running his own race. It's lonely when you're Tom Prangley in this race. He has not had a whole lot of contact throughout. His front bumper begs to differ, but ever since the start of the race, it's really just kind of been Tom Prangley by himself running his own race. Oh, yellow in sector 3. Perhaps see why that might be. I'm not quite sure. Maybe one of the drivers will go, "Oh yeah, I like spun out and then got it back," but I didn't see anything certainly. But some of the more down ballot stuff. Greg Elder has been running in fourth place in one of the Porsches. Again, very much running his own race, kind of lonely, in a similar situation to third place Tom Prangley. But that's a good position to be when you're trying to place in a championship, because boring is not great as a spectator. You know, as we watch, we like to have a little bit of excitement. But if you're a driver and you're looking to win, boring good results are a whole lot better than exciting bad results.
So how many are still left in the race, Cody? Because I know there's a few that's already dropped out of this one.
So we have had 3 LMP2s drop out of the race so far. That's been Hakan Kane in the number 9, Brigonet in the number 14, and Erdnik Bahar shows the number 1 there, but it's a 226 on our timing screen for my fellow commentators. And
we started
so,
with 15 drivers also,
yes,
so and we just lost 3.
15 entries. We've lost 3, all LMP2s.
Yeah, because I think we had 23 registered, but saying 15 only arrived, and obviously we've got 12 left in this one.
Now, it's 23 drivers. Some of the drivers are on teams of multiple, and they'll be switching
Like a
out throughout the race.
Yeah.
Some drivers, like Zanatti, as we've seen, are opting to go solo, but I think most of the drivers who signed up are in attendance.
Yeah, when I initially saw that, I actually thought it was 23 vehicles, and I was like, "Whoa, it's going to be a lot of vehicles out there."
We're certainly seeing a much more stratified race here at Sebring than we did at Silverstone. Silverstone, for a lot of the race, there were a lot of pretty close battles, or at least people hanging back behind somebody, but
Yes.
within striking distance. This time around, we really haven't seen much of that. Kind of disappointing from a spectator standpoint, not gonna lie. But right now, our closest drivers are still Zampini and Newton there for the lead. Here we have Zampini just rounding the chicane that Wayne Newton just completed, and so he's about 4.5 seconds behind him. But after that, it's still the leaders. The leaders are the closest, which is nice. We like to see that. But Pierce Crone in the Ferrari 488 is about 14 seconds behind Dino Pereira in the Corvette C7R. Zanatti is fighting like hell to try to catch up to Zampini and Newton. And He's doing well. His
Yeah,
last
he's
lap was a
chipping away.
1 minute 48.564, which is faster than both of those drivers. But certainly it's slow progress whenever
Yeah.
all of these drivers are racing so close to perfect. You know, finding that extra tenth or hundredth or even thousandth to try to make a little bit of headway as they go around and catch up to him. That's tough, but with 3 hours and 9 minutes left to go, he's got time. He certainly has time. See Zanotti going and lapping Dina Pereira around turn 9. That corner is, well, of course it's tough, but whenever you drive it, essentially the experience of driving it is you're on this straight, you're going carrying a lot of speed throughout, and then you've got about 3 or 4 car lengths within the lines on that straightaway, and then you go around the corner and it just opens up. There's no like there are lines, but you're free to go on anything that's paved there.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's kind of like pick your own line, you know? And so there's a lot of ways around there that are fast. And there are some ways around there that, though they might look fast, like the very inside line looks really fast. But there is a huge bump on the inside that if you hit that bump, it's going to upset the car, and it's going to upset the car like at the end of the corner. And you lose all the speed that you're trying to carry for the start-finish straight. And so it can be a very tough thing as a driver because you're way out there. I'll yellow in sector 3. I don't see anybody stopped on my timing screens, but here we go. We're gonna go into onboard here, and you see you've got this, and then it just opens up. You have all of this to go, and you can go as like narrow in there. We saw that bump there. You can go as narrow in there. He took a pretty like decent line through there, going on the inside and then going a little bit wide towards the outside. You can do a lot of things there. You can go like continue on the outside at the beginning of the apex, and then just like, let's see. I'm gonna try to find another driver who's about to go through it. Here we go. Pierce Crone taking again a much more a much slower line, is in the slower GTE class, but yeah, he like went more to the outside on the corner exit than we saw Zanotti do.
He's almost kissing that wall.
Right. Very much hugging the wall, and he's gonna get a little bit of gravel there. Oh, okay. I see why we're seeing yellow in sector 1, because as soon as you dip a little bit of dirt or a little bit of tire into dirt, it calls a yellow.
Yeah.
But that goes away very quickly as soon as it. That is one of the things that I don't like so much about R Factor 2, and a lot of sims have this issue, but they're really trigger happy with the yellow flags. Really trigger happy with them. But anyways, back to Wayne Newton here. He is chucking along, and he's actually made pretty good strides to stay consistent, running a 1 minute 51. He's been really moving, and by comparison, Zampini's kind of fallen off. He's at this point.
He might have had a few bad laps, Zampini, because 155, that's not the normal lap time for Zampini.
Right, I think so. I think part of it might be fighting through traffic. He's just
yeah, yep.
Tom Prangley getting to actually see some cars other than his own on track. They go on ahead and lap him. I swear, Tom Prangley's on like the opposite side of the track to like all the GTEs. I don't think he's seen another GTE car in several laps. Like maybe one going into the pits or coming out, but not other than that. That can be kind of an interesting, kind of screws with your head a little bit, because it's like if you have somebody directly in front of you, you're like, okay, I know where I am on the circuit. I know if I'm going faster or slower. If you're by yourself, of course you have to know your, braking zones and all of that. And you've got that going. You've hot lapped this corner. You've hot lapped this track. You've done it in qualifying. You know what you're doing. But it's like, am I going fast enough? Should I be pushing harder? Am I pushing it too hard? And you don't have a frame of reference. That can be
that's the struggle for
kind
sure.
of tough, yeah.
I do know I do have a fellow racer in my house, and that person has been working a lot on when to lift for fuel consumption. And they were saying that can be really tricky because you have to, if you have too much momentum or you want momentum, you can't lift because then you're going to lose your speed. And then, in certain corners, and it's such a fun strategy that can really help out at the end of races, but you really need to fine tune that.
Absolutely. The fastest way around the circuit, whenever you're just considering the lap, is pretty much always be in the throttle or in the brake. But whenever you're racing a 4-hour endurance race, and you have to make your fuel last as long as possible, and an extra pit stop is huge, right?
Yep.
That can be a very, very tough thing to have to balance, and so you do have to make those considerations. And that's what I love about endurance racing, is that it's not just, a dead sprint, who can go the fastest. Because, sure, you can go fast, but to go fast and be consistent and have your strategy down, that takes so much more. And Wayne Newton, Zampini, Zanatti, they've all shown that they're all very, very capable of doing that. We're starting to see a little bit of cloud cover. We have real temperature and weather as it is in Sebring, Florida right now. The forecast, I believe, did not call for rain, so I don't think that's in the cards. It's Florida, though.
I'm done with rain. I don't want to see any more races with rain after F1 last weekend. I'm done. Pierce Crone is in the pits for GTE, so that will be interesting because we still need to see, is it Pereira and Prangley come in?
Indeed. Yeah, and
but I know White and Elder, they had to pit really early, though.
Yeah, we saw those early pit stops, and this kind of surprised us because
Yeah.
we were predicting that the GTEs would last over an hour. We're starting to see GTEs now that we've reached about an hour, starting to make it in. Yeah, Serto Takichi takes over. Let's see, it looks like who dat? That's Pierce Crone in the pits. Perhaps Pierce Crone will be replaced with Ed Bailey, his teammate. For this championship. Pierce Crone certainly has done well. Yep, there you go. There's the driver change. Ed Bailey is now in.
Okay.
Yep, so they did their first driver change. Dina Pereira staying out. I don't recall Dina Pereira having a teammate, did they? They may have.
You have to go check out that list that was sent to us.
So there was a yellow flag. So there was a yellow flag in section 1. I couldn't quite tell where it was, but or who it was that caused it. But it looks like they're continuing anyway, so it could just well be just a small excursion over the grass. So we've just gone past the first hour of this Global Enduro 4 hours here in Sebring. So far as I know, that's Zampini is still leading in LMP2. I don't currently have the information as to who is the leader for GTE. I'll let you.
So Newton is the current leader of LMP2.
Yes.
Yes, my
Yeah.
apologies, yes. So Zampini's in P2, isn't he?
Yes.
Yes.
In both senses, yes.
Good one. Good one.
And then
And
Zanatti
look
and...
at
Whoa!
yes,
Zanatti a drift around there just as we tune in.
Yeah. I know. The cursor, it's the curse, sorry.
Commentator's curse. A bit of a slide there. We've been seeing Zanatti make an absolute push to try to catch up to
Yes.
1 and 2. His
Knocked
last
off
lap.
10 seconds.
Yeah, his last lap, a 1 minute 49.905. This far in and on those tires.
Yeah.
Actually, no, they pitted in relatively
Oh, yeah.
recently. But certainly, Wayne Newton put in a
actually.
1 minute 51, 2 seconds
Mhm.
slower. Zampini, a 1 minute 52, 3 seconds slower.
Uh-huh.
Zanatti, like at this stage of the race, he's pushing. He is pushing.
Yeah. He is a beast. He has proven that.
Yes, winning at Silverstone is no easy task, and he was able to do that. And you remember Zampini was off to an early lead at Silverstone.
Mhm.
We
Yes.
thought for the longest time Zampini had it locked in, but
Right.
Zanatti has a extra gear hidden somewhere in that Orica LMP2 that he is able to tap into and just absolutely like zoom away towards the middle of the race and then catch up, get ahead, and stay ahead. I know he's going to be making significant strides to try to do that again here.
Yep, so we have a few GTEs in the pits also again, so that's right pretty much where we thought.
This is Maximilian Reichel in the number 95
Oh, so
Aston Martin.
Jones is now in. That's with Pereira. Is that Jones
Yes.
and Pereira are together?
Okay, yes. Dina Pereira is out. Grant Jones is
Pereira.
in.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much for that. And I recall last time around, Dina Pereira started as well. Got off to a pretty good start. And then the Porsches came and just ate Grant Jones alive. And if you look at their actual lap times, they're pretty close to each other, certainly. But that's just how Silverstone turned out. It was the Porsches were able to dominate around the undulating curves, so common around Silverstone. Camber in the YouTube chat says LMP2 for life. We can get behind that. I like LMP2.
Yep. Who doesn't like fast cars?
Oh, absolutely. I guess those paying for them. R.I.P. LMP1.
Look at Zanatti, man. Jeez.
Oh yeah, his last lap, 1 minute 50.
Jeez. It's just cutting it down.
Watch this. Predator cam. This
Wait,
is
something
this is how it
happening.
looks like when you're on the
Whoa,
hunt.
what happened?
What's up?
Something's happening.
What's happening? Oh, what's happening? Oh.
With
Your name.
the standings, they have Zampini and Newton in second now. Newton's
Oh.
in second.
Oh.
I wonder if Newton went off.
Yeah, Newton may have had an incident. I don't think Zampini suddenly found another gear.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, Newton may have... Let's see. The S's at the end of the start-finish straight, it makes a square left, and then another square left, and you go into some S's. Those can be pretty tricky, and I think Wayne Newton may have, just judging by where they were and where the pass happened,
Right.
Wayne Newton may have had a little bit of an issue through those twisty bits.
Well, it makes it a little exciting because now Zanatti's just, under 9 seconds away. Newton is now 7 seconds away, so that's pretty fun as a spectator.
Yep. There he is. I don't know. Yeah, there you go. You can see my mouse. I can point. There he is. There he is. That's Newton, and we're on board with Zanatti. There's Newton getting the draft off the GTE car, and yeah, he's gonna make excellent strides to try to catch Wayne Newton, because Wayne Newton has shown he's definitely got pace as well. He had a little bit of a hiccup there, but that's to be expected around Silverstone. Wow, Zanatti getting very, very loose around the bumps, but it works for him. He hasn't lost any time, certainly. See Wayne Newton here going around. Uh-oh! 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 Big off. Real big off there. That was... Oh, who was that? Goodness me.
I can't tell who that was.
It was our Porsche. It was our Porsche. Oh, who was that? Goodness me.
Elder. I think
Greg
it was
Elder.
Elder.
Yeah, you're right. That is
Yep.
Greg Elder. Wow, he locked up at the end of the start-finish straight, and just... You could see that he just didn't turn. Oh my goodness. The Texan coming out of me. Oh man, their car didn't turn. Oh boy, locking the fronts really big into there. I think he may have tapped the wall, or perhaps slammed the wall. There's a lot of runoff there, but
So
I think
Newton
he had
is
some sort of
sliding
an
all
issue.
over the track. Zanatti got in front of him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Newton now into third. That's a pretty quick fall from grace for an endurance
Yeah.
race. Yeah, definitely not where he wants to be. But Zanatti, we had talked about. He typically doesn't start out in front, but he works his way up, and especially in that LMP2 at Silverstone, we saw him carve his way through the field, and yep. There it is again. Zampini, though, he's in front of both drivers. As a result of the previous pit stop strategy, he was able to make his way around, and he's just going consistent. Wayne Newton is dropping back real quick now. He is 2.5 seconds behind Zanatti, I want to say. Now 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, his back end is sliding all over.
I have to wonder if he's damaged the tires a little bit, might have overheated them. That can be a tricky thing around Sebring.
Okay, so Elder's in the pits. So that's good, because he had to pit earlier on. He pitted on lap 2, so now this is a lap 32.
It is 31 degrees Celsius in Sebring right now. That's 87 degrees Fahrenheit for you guys. Have you ever gone out on a hot, sunny day? You've stood on concrete barefoot? That's what these
Florida.
tires... In Florida, yeah. That's what these tires are on. And so it's very, very hot. And so the tires are designed to work within a decent operating temperature. But whenever it's really warm on the track, it's easier for the tires to overheat. And so we may have seen a little bit of that from Wayne Newton's rear tires. He might have locked them up on his spin. That's pretty easy to do. And then that extra heat from dragging those locked tires along hot Florida asphalt, that might have just cooked him a little bit.
There was a brief yellow flag as well whilst we were watching. As you can see, one of the GTE cars coming out of the pits as well. Number 38 we were watching the number 38, and there was I think someone went off at sector 1 about a lap ago. I didn't quite tell who that was. I couldn't quite tell who it was, but that was just something that I picked up on whilst you were feeding your audience there, Cody.
Yeah. So number 38 is Newton in the LMP2s.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that makes sense, because we're talking about Newton having likely gone off in the S's, and that is in Sector 1.
So I don't think Newton stopped. Has Newton stopped in this race yet?
Newton
Wait.
has, yes.
Yes. Yep.
No driver change though.
No. We have everybody has officially pitted. So they're like official pit stop.
Zampini, your current leader, making decent strides to stay out in front. Zanotti is slowly but surely reeling him in. Doing about just a couple of hundredths faster than Zampini is. So it's slow, but he's making progress. And Zanotti, as he has proven, is nothing if not consistent.
This is true. Oh, Desici is in, or what did we say for the GTE?
Dakichi, Soto Dakichi, he's
Dakichi,
in.
yes. Okay.
I think he took over a little bit ago now. I think a few laps ago. But currently he is running not the best, but
Ooh.
I see a lead.
Is
Oh
there a
no,
pass?
Juan Del Castillo is in the pits.
Oh, that's what it is too. Yeah, I just saw that also. Okay. Yeah, because he last pitted on lap 14. He pitted really early.
He did.
So,
That kind of surprised us.
yeah.
We really weren't expecting the GTEs to pit before the hour mark, but we actually saw several go for the strategy of an early pit stop. I think whenever you are, calculating your fuel usage and all of that, sometimes you're like, well, you know what? There's enough extra space. If you, let's say you can make it like 45 minutes throughout, and you get to the end and you're like, well, okay, there'll be like 10 minutes. Like I'll have to like pit in with like 10 minutes to go on this pit strategy. Might as well pit in, like make that pitting at the start of the race as opposed to pitting in and trying to like catch up in the last 10 minutes. So I think that might have been what some of these drivers are going for. And then we also saw a couple of early driver changes as well. And so some drivers are a bit more confident in their abilities than others, and might want to hand it off to their teammate to, they'll start the race and then they'll hand it off to their teammate to do the bulk of it, and then they'll finish the race, or any combination of similar approaches. Grant Jones took over for Dino Pereira about 4 or 5 laps ago now, and he is within a second of the. Actually, he's within half a second of the fastest lap that Dino Pereira was able to set. So we had talked about a little bit of discrepancy between their times at Silverstone, real or imagined. But we're definitely not seeing that here, as Grant Jones has been just as consistent, just as thorough and wonderfully talented as Dino Pereira was. Yeah, car.
Yep, so Zanatti is by himself as a racer today. I'm looking at the actual driver list. Oh, who just went off?
Commentator's
Is that
curse. A bit
Zampini?
of no, that was Grant Jones. That was Grant Jones in the
Oh,
GTE.
I'm sorry. I'm
No
watching
worries.
a different camera, and Zampini just went off.
Oh,
So
yeah.
now Zanatti's going to be all close, and Wayne Newton's in the pits.
Oh, yep. Wayne Newton has made it into the pits there. That seems a little premature, but he had been struggling with his car. So he's now coming out of the pits. Zanatti went from being about 8 seconds behind and very, very slowly making up ground to now being 3 seconds behind, and, well, there he is.
So Newton did a driver change, and it's with Strachan? Strachan?
I think so. That's Robert Strachan.
Strachan.
Strachan?
Okay.
I don't know. I'm an American. I don't know how to pronounce names.
Oh, Zanatti's in the pits too.
Mm-hmm. All right. So I guess it's round 2 of pit stops for these.
Yeah, because they did.
LMP2s.
They did pit on lap 20, so we're 20 laps after that. So they're right on. That seems to be their every 20-ish laps or so.
Aha.
Possibly.
Like I suppose perhaps we can expect Zampini, who we were on board with briefly, and now we're watching trackside. Perhaps he'll be the next one.
Yep. So he pitted at lap 22. So I would expect him to be in the next 1 to 3 laps. He should be pitting if he's staying on that same type.
Just watching the orange, well, sort of the orange stroke silver livery at LMP2. He's not going as quick as he has been, unless he's just only been in the pits for new tyres. I think he's beginning to pull away now. Just keep an eye out on those. He's on now a picture at the moment, Cody. He's got 2 GTE cars just closing him down.
Yes. Yep, that's Zampini, and yeah, his last lap was 1 minute 52.656. Since he knows that he is at this point a minute out in front, with the other guys having pitted. Sending a cone flying, going very wide there.
He's probably gonna need to pit.
Yep. Yep. It's probably looking like it's about that time. Oh goodness me. I think part of that might have been, he's on old tires now.
Yes.
He's on probably some. Was that front end damage that we saw there? Yeah, there's a little bit of front end damage. He might have bumped into something at some point or another, and we just never saw it. But I think mainly he was trying to avoid the GTE cars. It's like, hey, this is my in lap. I don't care about my lap time. I will go really wide to avoid these guys because it's better to
there he goes.
Live.
Yep, in the pits. Yes.
Yep. Zampini chooses life as he comes into the pits. And let's go ahead and check in on the GTE cars. Ed Bailey took over not too long ago from Pierce Crone. He's running in 2nd place right now. No change there. Yellow in Sector 3. Anybody going slow? Nope. Be going slow. Be going slower than usual. We're thumbing through GTE cars, which by comparison to LMP2, they're all slow, but hey, by comparison to a GT3 car, they're all fast, so hey, all perspective. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what that yellow in Sector 3 was. It might have been just, R Factor 2, if you're touching grass, it's a yellow. Tigran Mkhitaryan now coming into the pits.
Yep.
Mkhitaryan for the Cyberlinks team, they had an interesting race at Silverstone. They were leading for a while, and had a crash. They crashed into each other. The two teammates did for Cyberlinks.
Yeah, it's so disappointing.
This car that you're seeing now, their car is called Cyberlinks Racing Fire, and then they fielded a blue car as well called Cyberlinks Racing Ice, which unfortunately flipped over. If you remember
Yes.
the race last time around, it flipped over and had a very exciting but disappointing for them DNF finish, I believe. But the fire car here that we have finished in P3 last time around, and right now he's in 4th, so I wouldn't count him out. I think he's within striking distance. They just did a driver change. Honkian Stineker is in,
Yes.
and off they go. We're seeing Zampini sitting in the pits for a while.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he's been there for ages, hasn't he?
Yep.
He's been there a lot longer than we expected him to, so we don't know what the game is. I don't know if there's been a delay or some communication issue between the drivers within that team, but either way, that car is not going any further at the moment.
Yeah, you can see the extent of the physical damage
Yes.
to that
Not
car
good.
that it's had.
Oh. Yeah.
Possibly, this may still have been damage that that they had sustained beforehand. Perhaps even from the start of the race that they had elected not to repair. But perhaps it's devolved to the point that it had to be addressed. But yeah, they're falling back quite a bit as a result. Yep, there we go. They're off now. After, at this point, several minutes in the pits. I think it must have been over 2.
Okay, well, that's good. They're going. That's good.
Indeed. Robert Strachan, who took over for Wayne Newton, he's in 2nd place. With Zampini going into the pits and spending so much time, Newton's old car, now Strachan's, was able to regain that position. And Zanotti, still ahead, now 21 seconds ahead. He's got quite the lead. Also quite the lead, Grant Jones. Took over for Dino Pereira earlier on. Ed Bailey, again, who took over for Pierce Crone. It's a battle of the relief drivers in GTE at the moment. Unless you're Tom Prangley. Tom Prangley's still chilling in 3rd, and as expected, alone. No other cars. Poor guy. Having the most boring race right now. But hey, a boring 3rd is a whole lot better than an exciting DNF.
I'm sure they're going to be happy to have it.
Yes. Zanotti just set a fastest sector 1 time. That is a personal best. And not only is it a personal best, but I think that might also be a record sector 1 time.
Oh, wow.
Sub 41 seconds. .199. Yeah, this is turning out to be a really, really good lap for Alberto Zanotti, who is in 1st. We had said that Zanotti was on the prowl back when he was in 3rd place, chasing everybody down, and at that point, 20 seconds behind 1st, and there he is, rolling around in 1st, number 1 in the championship for a reason. At Silverstone, he nailed it, and he's nailing it so far, all the same.
Not a one-hit wonder.
No, by no stretch of the imagination, given his drive so far. If you waved the checkered flag right now, it would be Zanotti in 1st, Strachan in 2nd, Zampini in 3rd, Honkian Stineker in 4th, and then in GTE, Grant Jones, Ed Bailey, Tom Prangley, Juan Del Castillo, Greg Elder, Mark Wright, pardon, Serdar Dikici, Maximilian Reichel, and then your DNFs, Hakan Klein, Briganet, and Bahar. But we've got, at this point, 1, 2, 3, 4 LMP2 cars still on track, and then the other drivers are off. Whoa! Looks like one of the Ferraris had a an off. It was just a creative way of getting around and letting Zanatti take up. Oh boy! Saw Serdar Dikici also having a fun excursion in the dirt. Several fun excursions in the dirt here. Dikici had been racing quite cleanly beforehand. Not the fastest, is our second slowest GTE car on the circuit, but he was a lot more consistent than he has been this lap. I don't think it's going to be a quick one for him. And if you're Maximilian Reichel and you're running in dead last in GTE, he is in 8th, then you're saying, hey, Serdar Dikici, keep that up, make more mistakes, please, please, please. Let me catch you.
Well, our top 3 in the LMP2, their lap times are very consistent right now. And then with the GTE, our first 3, same. They're like within a second, which is great.
Absolutely. They've stratified over the distance, so they're relatively far away from each other, you know, with all of that. But don't get us wrong. It's still a close race, you know?
Yes.
You look at the lap times, it's still a close race. Because that's the biggest thing. It's consistency. Your average lap time is, at the end of the day, what things are measured by. Because you complete the race in a certain amount of time. However many laps you complete. Take the average of that. That's your average lap time. And so the entire time around in hot lap situation, it's like, you know, the fastest lap time. But here it's your average lap time. So if you have a fast lap and then the next lap is slow, well, that's just as bad as just having a mediocre lap. So this is a battle of consistency, cleanliness of driving, and of course, as I like to say, entrances and exits. Nail them, get them good, learn them, love them. Strachan has been putting in some great lap times as well. He had his best sector time in Sector 1 for that car. 41 seconds flat. That is definitely the fastest we have seen during this race in Sector 1. Andrea Zampini as well in 3rd. That was his fastest Sector 2 time. And we're seeing that yellow in Sector 3. Yep, and it goes away. I think that's just some drivers dipping their toes into the dirt, and then R Factor 2 calls it. If it remains longer than about 3 or 4 seconds, then we'll address it. But right now, it's not really much cause for concern.
We see on the back straight here, so Sampini's making his way through. And what's the gap at the moment now between Sampini and the second place driver?
Oh, he is a lap down.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's been losing some speed. Or I'm sorry, he was losing some speed before the pit stop, and then he spent ages in the pit stop. And now he is out. He was out at 2 laps down. He got his lap back. He's now 1 lap down from Strachan, but he's got a long way to go. Although, he just set his fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 49.483.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah, he's doing great.
that fresh car, you see, he took the time to repair all of the damage on that car. We took a look at that car before, and it was all wrinkled and ruffled and damaged up. Look at that.
Hey, what's going on with
It's
Ed
clean.
Bailey?
What is going
Is
on
he
with Ed
just
Bailey? That's a good
stuck on
question.
the track?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I was just going to say,
He sure
there was a
is.
continuous yellow flag there that kept dipping in and out, and I think he's got some kind of problem there.
I think he hit the
he's
wall
not
if I'm
moving
looking at the
at
front.
all. Oh
Yeah, the
no.
front doesn't look too good, does it?
Nope. Yeah, that looks like it might have been a hard hit. Oh!
Ooh, he's right, rear's gone though.
Definitely a hard hit into the wall, because that is a... Yep, that's... Unfortunately, it looks like Pierce Crone and
Yeah.
Ed Bailey's race is over
Yes.
prematurely. Certainly not the
Missing a
result that they
full-on
wanted.
tire. Ooh.
Yep. And
He
the
does
way
look
these...
very ugly, doesn't it?
Yeah, the way these differentials are set up, you can spin the axle all you want, and that left tire's not going to go. So it looks like their race is unfortunately done. And ever the opportunists, Tom Prangley moves up into second, and Juan Del Castillo moves up into third, and we move along.
Yes, yes.
So that's the first GTE car out of this race then.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Previously, the GTE cars had been very consistent and actually pretty clean. Certainly fewer wheel-to-wheel battles than LMP2s, so that's not terribly surprising. But yeah,
We have another
unfortunately, they just
GTE
went
in the
off.
pit right now. The car of Mark Wright, who's also with White. Not to get confused.
Yes, Mark Wright and Shane White,
Yes.
and they're doing all right.
So that's interesting because I have them pitted on lap 32 and now we're on 42. So I wonder what that's about.
That's a good question. I'm not quite sure what
Wonder
they're
what
doing.
happened. Yeah.
Take a look at the man cam. Get our man on the street to walk around. There is some damage to the right middle of the car and the rear left quarter panel.
Yeah.
So they may have come in to repair some of that bodywork. There might be some other, invisible things that they had to deal with. They're, I don't know, maybe they just didn't feel so great with Mark Wright, and maybe they're doing a driver change. Who knows?
Maybe. Yeah.
We will find
All right.
out.
Well, Bailey's an official DNF now. They made it official.
Yep, they are out.
Yeah. Fourth retirement of the race.
Unfortunately.
Yep.
Zampini and Zanotti both have been in a hot lap battle. Zanotti's last lap, 1 minute 49.787, your leader. Zampini in third, trying to catch up, 1 minute 49.667. Just 0.3 of a second faster. If my math is correct, which probably isn't. But let's see. Grant Jones still out in front for GTE. Tom Prangley has moved up into second with the official retirement of Ed Bailey and Pierce Crone's car. Juan Del Castillo in the number 52 Ferrari is in third. Serdar Dikichi passes in the pits for Ed Bailey, the retirement. They just passed the spot where Ed Bailey crashed, so they have now officially, on paper, moved into 5th place. Honkan Steneker we haven't really discussed too much since he took over the Fire Cyberlinks car.
He's
but,
doing great.
Yeah, he's been nice and consistent.
Yeah.
Slower than the other LMP2s out on track by about a second a lap, unfortunately, but consistent and not a DNF, which is more than you can say for several of the LMP2s at this point.
Right. Yeah.
I still wouldn't count them out because they, again, they were off to an early lead and suffered some issues back in Silverstone, but they were able to work their way up to third place again. Like they made their way through like half the field. So I think that they've got a long way to go to get there, but I think that we can't count them out just yet.
So we're almost coming towards the halfway point of this one. You can see that's the number 41 LMP2. It's way past one of the GTE cars. And 41, that would be Cyberlink's racing fire car. And that's
Piloted by Huntdown Seneca. Yeah, they made it easy for us. They put their team name on their car. I like that. You get good commentators' curse points, not bad ones. Zampini just set his best lap, 1 minute 49.187. That's a personal best.
187. Wow.
You know, you said he's a lap down, but how far is he off the road before he can unlap himself from Sonardi?
Let's see. So this is Zampini.
He's like half a track. It's a good amount.
Yeah. So Drake, let me put you on board, so we've got a bit more. So that is Strachan in second. He is just now getting onto the back straight. This is Zampini, who is going through Sector 1 right now, as we see one of the GTE cars locking their fronts. A lot of cars have locked their fronts on that on that chicane. Oh, not chicane, my bad. On that hairpin. I like cars. Yeah, so he's got a ways to go, certainly. He's closer to 2 laps down than 1 lap down.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he's over 3 minutes behind when you put it all together. So some people think he's going to be having a rather quiet race to the end in third place unless something dramatic happens involving Newton and Zanardi.
Robert Strachan took over for Newton in the LMP2 class car. And oftentimes, one driver will be a little bit faster than the other. But like the pairing of Grant Jones and Dina Pereira, it's been pretty much the exact same lap times, the exact same consistency that we've seen from Robert Strachan as we did from Wayne Newton. I really love the addition of position lights into sim racing. It was great whenever they were added in the mid 2010s in regular, I would say, endurance racing, but it's more disciplines than just that, where they've put position lights on. But it's really helpful for sim racing here when I don't have the frickin' leaderboard. Really nice.
Well, it keeps us a little more involved too, so I do like that.
I suppose so, yeah.
Yeah. At least me, I feel like I keep going back and forth. What's going on?
Grant Jones really extending the lead. Whenever we had checked in at, I guess, about the 1 hour mark, Grant Jones was about 40 seconds ahead of, at the time, it was Pierce Crone and Ed Bailey. Well, now, Grant Jones is a good solid 111 seconds ahead of Tom Prangley.
Yeah.
So that's a very, very decisive lead for the Corvette team.
Well, he might be coming to lap him also again.
Yeah.
He's not that far.
Yep. On board with Grant Jones here. See turning in there, that little dot. That's Tom Prangley. There he is. So yeah, definitely Grant Jones and Dina Pereira putting on a masterclass of how to use the Corvette around Sebring. Certainly home turf for the Corvette there.
Before I get hangry, I'm going to go get a quick snack, so I'll be back in just a minute.
Alrighty. We will hold down the fort. Well, it looks like the Shane White and oh goodness, what was the other car? The other driver of that team. It was. Oh, I apologize. I forget the names. But pardon?
Shane White is the silver motorsport car involving Shane White and Mark Wright.
Mark Wright. That was it. Thank you. Yeah, it was Mark Wright came into pit a while ago, and came out I think as Mark Wright. But the last time they pitted in, Pierce Crone, the previous driver of the Ed Bailey and Pierce Crone blue Ferrari, Pierce Crone has taken over as relief driver for that car now, the number 51. So I guess Pierce Crone may have been listed as a backup driver for them, and well, he was not in. He was not in his car anymore, so I suppose he took the opportunity to have a little bit of seat time in the number 51 Whitey car. That car currently running in, I believe that's 7th in class in GTE. Grant Jones again. Now he's running a lonely race, and well, Tom Prangley's running a lonely race too. But Grant Jones looks like he still has not made his way around Tom Prangley just yet to lap him. He's getting close.
So, has anything changed in the GTE class in terms of leadership?
Ever since the race started, no. Nope, it's been a pretty solid get out in front and stay out in front masterclass from the number 3 Corvette.
We're still not even halfway through yet, so there's still plenty of time for things to change. I mean,
oh, absolutely.
If anyone has like a repeat, yeah, with the pit stop we saw from Sampini earlier on, cost him a bundle of time. You know, that cost him second place to Zanardi. Now he's having to really play catch up. I mean, there's no one else he's in battle with, so I mean, how far is the 4th place LMP car? Because that's the last one in the running, isn't there?
He is 3 laps down from the leader. That's Honky-Jan Steneker in the Cyberlinks Fire car. What a pretty livery. Absolutely. Really, really beautiful. He's stuck behind the GTE of Maximilian Reichel. That's not a fun spot to be stuck behind another car. They're in the S's in Sector 1. You technically have enough space to pass, but with the racing line and how much you're weaving in and out, it's effectively single file. So if you're an LMP2 car and you get stuck behind a GTE car, you're going GTE speeds for that entire section up until you get onto the straightaway. And so we saw Steneker, stuck behind him there, and now that he's gotten in front of him, he's gone. He's absolutely taken off. But that's part of the difficulty of multi-class racing for these drivers. You know, if you're a GTE car, it's just stay out of the way, race your own race, but also, you know, not get killed. And then if you're an LMP2 car, you've got to race your own race, but then also, you know, pass some rolling roadblocks sometimes. And that adds its own level of complexity and intrigue. I see him just absolutely bouncing around that final corner. Very, very bumpy. Probably the roughest part of the circuit, and also the part of the circuit where you need the most grip. This is a laser scanned version of Sebring International Raceway. And so they've got down to the inch all those little teeny tiny bumps, all correctly mapped, and it's a thing of beauty. I'll tell you what, it's a bumpy thing of beauty, but it's a thing of beauty.
Back, boys.
Hey, welcome back.
No more hangry, Jenny.
Well, we like that. So
You will be happy I ate, yes.
no major changes that we have seen. We did see, I think before you left, the Ed Bailey Pierce Crone car. That Ferrari lost a wheel and
Yes.
disappeared. Somebody reappeared. Pierce Crone driving the Whitey Sylvan Sports GTE car, the number 51. So that's interesting.
Huh. Yeah.
So Mark Wright came in, and Pierce Crone took over as relief driver.
But it was supposed to be right and white, right?
Yes,
Right.
indeed. But
Okay,
I would
so
assume.
now Crone is with them now.
Yes, he's driving for them.
That is very confusing. But good for him.
Yeah, not entirely unheard of in motorsport. I remember the 1971 film Le Mans kind of touched on that, where the main character's car, he had a crash, and so he ended up taking over for one of his teammates' cars, and finishing the race that way.
Yeah, I watched that film earlier this year because obviously it's the 50th anniversary of it. And I have to say, it's a film that doesn't really feature that much dialogue.
Yep, it's all about the cars.
Yeah, it's all about the cars, which is it fits in ways the thing about motorsport. It's just about the cars and cars racing. So, but he did a good job in that role, and did the late Steve McQueen.
Absolutely. He wanted to drive. He wanted to drive one of the Porsche 908s, but the studio said no because we don't want Steve McQueen to die in a Le Mans accident. But he really, really was wanting to drive there. Pop back just visually, sees Zanatti, who is carving up the corners. Oh my goodness. Mark Wright popped in to the YouTube chat and gave us a little bit of insight as to why Pierce Crone took over. He says he had to pit the GTE car because he had to get out of the car and put Pierce Crone in because his knee dislocated.
Oh, that's horrible. Oh,
Man.
I hope you're feeling okay, Mark. Jeez, that's gotta be painful.
Absolutely, that can't be fun. We talk about injuries in real life motorsport. There's an injury in sim racing. Yes.
Yes.
Well, Mark Wright, we our hearts go out to you, and we hope you're doing okay.
I've dislocated my shoulder before, and that was weeks after. Was so sore still.
I mean, to be fair, I still remember dislocating my shoulder, albeit that was 10 years ago now, but I still remember it to this day. It's one of the worst feelings ever.
Yeah, horrible.
That was not in sim racing, by the way. That was in a football match I was doing. And for those who are American, it was soccer, not football.
Those Americans.
Yeah, they suck,
Just
don't they?
marching to their own beat, making up their own names of sports. Just come on, follow everybody else.
Oof. Very, very loose around that corner, but boy, it works for him. He's able to rotate the car really early on in the turn. A lot of times, you use the throttle on exit, especially in a lot of the GTE cars. You use the throttle on exit to sort of rotate the car around and get it turned. He's able to kind of like let the fact that the weight of the engine is in the back and there's a little bit of rear bias to, as he slows down, kind of almost slide the rear end around. He's not to the point of drifting, but he's definitely taking the momentum of the rear end as he like slows down and turns in to get the car like rotated with the weight of the back end being faster than the weight of the front.
So we should be seeing some pit stops again here, I think, in the next few laps with the LMP2s.
Yes, we are coming around to that time. Certainly.
One of my favorite.
I heard a big crash. I heard a really big crash.
That made me nervous. Boom!
Who was that? Who was that? I see Pierce Crone coming into the pits. I see. Okay, that's those guys are out. There was. I heard something. I like in my headphones.
Yeah, there's a yellow sector too, so someone's obviously gone off in that area there. I can't. Is that the yellow liveried GT3 that's gone off? No, it can't be, can it?
No. Grant Jones is doing well in that Corvette still. He's clean. Maximilian Reichel as well. I don't see any visual damage to that car. We saw earlier they had some issues, but they pitted in for a while and got that fixed. Greg Elder? No.
So
Goodness.
Strachan's in the pit lane now.
Yeah.
Strachan's in, yeah.
Oh, that might have been it. Pierce Crone is in. I believe that damage was there before, though. I don't recall that. I don't know. I think that the damage that's on the front of that car was there. But let me look. It might have been Pierce Crone. See some physical damage there, certainly, but is it more intense than it was? I don't know. Oh, well, it looks like Stretchin is coming out as quickly as he is. For coming out as fast as he is, there's only just a little tiny bit of damage to that rear third quarter panel. I'm gonna have to go by just the nature of I'm gonna have to go with my gut and say it was probably Pierce Crone that we heard as an impact there, and then he just immediately came into the pits.
So at least we're seeing some form of leaderboard on screen now.
Yep, I found a button.
Yeah.
It's not the button that we would expect, but I found a button. Tower. Oh, did I find the other button? Hey, watch this. Hey, I did it. I'm a streamer, guys. I'm a streamer.
You are winning today.
I am. Well, there we go.
That's exciting.
Oh, yeah. Excellent. Oh, excellent. We're learning today.
Okay, so Strachan came in, and they've been on a very consistent pit lap strategy, I believe, because they pitted at lap 20. then they did 40, and now they just did 60. So they're very consistent with their lap. And I bet Zampini's going to be in the next few laps too, because he's 22, 42, and I bet he's going to do lap 62.
I believe it.
So Sonotti is 85 seconds clear of Strachan then, so Sonotti's effectively got a pit stop in hand in case he needs to come
Yes.
in. One of the GTEs is coming in for a pit stop, and that's Castillo.
Yeah, Juan del Castillo in that number 52 Ferrari 488 GTE. Will this be a driver change? Ooh, locking his tires real hard. I mean, he's going to replace the tires anyway, so I guess that makes sense. But yeah, we were predicting about 3 pit stops for the GTE cars. That's once every hour on the hour until you get to the end. And so we're at 2 hours left to go. So start looking for those GTE pit stops. Oh, and there we go. Pierce Crone is in. No, I'm sorry, that's not Pierce Crone. That's a similar livery to what Pierce Crone used to use, but that is Mustafa Butan Baran, who's missing his rear wing. I think maybe he was the crash that we heard.
Maybe.
Well, but it looks strange about the rear wing on.
Yeah. Looks like a road car without the rear wing on, just with a body kit.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's going to take a while to fix. Reaffixing a new body kit and then, whatever other damage came with that incident. Yeah, I think it might be mystery solved there if he's having such struggles. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, certainly. I must say, I'm enjoying having control of the camera and like where we switch it to.
Yes.
Serta has it assigned to an automated system.
Right.
Which I don't very much like because sometimes we'll be talking about something and it'll go to something completely different. And then we gotta start talking about that.
Yeah, there's just so many like behind the scenes, and so I'm sure the automation is so much easier just to do that.
Yep, your leader has come into the pits.
That's good. All right.
And yeah, Tom, you mentioned very correctly, Zanotti has so much time ahead. He's pretty much got a pit stop in hand. So he can pit, take his time, and then come out and still be in front.
So just wondering whether Sampini may be able to unlap him from where he is, but he's a long way back anyway. And that's the 73 of but yeah, he's retired, hasn't he? So
yep.
So we're down to 10 runners then in this 4 hours endurance event, and we're just reaching the halfway point.
Well, if you were entering this race thinking, man, if I can crack the top 10, then I'm good. I've got great news for you. I think you're gonna do it.
So Sonotti's been in the pit lane for a minute now, but he's been in his box for 45. So could well see. No, he's going to get out in front of Strachan here, so he's going to maintain track position here as Sonotti. No problem whatsoever.
Yep, Strachan, he's made his pit stop this time around, has he not?
Yes.
Yeah, so he actually has gained time in that on Zanotti. He is now only about 10 seconds behind him, a little under 10 seconds. So, oh, he's stuck behind. We had mentioned that earlier. You end up in the S's behind a GTE car. You're going GTE speeds around there. Finally makes it around on the straight here. But, yep, there you go. He lost about half a second.
Too bad.
Through there.
Yeah.
But
he'll be on warmer tyres, though.
He will.
He'll be on warmer tyres than Sonotti, so he's got the next couple of laps or so to really make up the gap on Sonotti ahead.
Indeed, and he's got to do that quick because once Zanotti gets those tires up to temperature, then he'll have warmer and well, he'll have not warmer, but he'll have just as warm and fresher tires than Strachan is dealing with. So he'll have that slight edge. Man, watching Zanatti take that car around, you can tell it is set up loosely, but it works. Like, Zanatti has control of that car. Seeing how he can, like, get it kind of, into a corner and just watch it around here. Like, the back end is further out around the corner than the front end is. Like, it's not completely level with where he's going. There's just, like, a very, very slight, not a drift, really, but just, he's kind of just skidding along. But it works really, really well. I guarantee you, if I got in that car and I tried to drive it with that setup, I'd spin it around every corner, because with such a loose setup like that, you have to have very, very fine control over your car, and it's tough when you do that. It can be faster, but boy, it's tricky. And around Sebring, where you're bouncing around like crazy, you want as predictable a car as possible. But Zanatti's choice to do this with his skill has paid off. Strachan afterwards, was 15. I'm sorry, he was less than 10 seconds behind. Now 15 and a half seconds behind. He's lost 5.5 seconds within this lap.
Oh, Prangley is in the pits. All right.
Yep, making his pit stop. I can't remember. I think Tom Prangley is by. Yeah, Tom Prangley is by himself. Unfortunately, Prangley was a DNF back at Silverstone.
Yes.
His chances at the podium kind of tough after that. But actually, hang on a minute. Tom Prangley drove a LMP2 car at Silverstone.
Oh, interesting. I know, the name is super familiar, but I didn't have his sheet pulled up.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, Tom Prangley, I suppose DNF'd with the LMP2 car, and perhaps decided to try his hand with the Aston Martin AMR GTE. And it's doing him well, because he's in third place. Nice and consistent.
And speaking of third, Zampini's in the pits. So they're right on strategy 2. So that's all the LMPs 2s have pitted now.
Yup. Oh, Zanatti just set his fastest lap of the race. This is a 1 minute 48.054.
This guy's just a show off.
Such consistency and such speed in combination. That's deadly.
2 hours of racing, no problem. I'll just throw down my best time, guys. No problem.
I'll bet he didn't even notice it. Because whenever I'm driving, and especially if I'm driving a long distance, I get into such a lull of, I'm doing my corner, I'm doing my corner, I do my corner, I do my corner. Eventually, once you get it down, you can do it in your sleep, and you really don't have to think about it all that much. And so, whenever you're not like stressing about it so much, that's actually when you're fastest, because you've got that confidence and you're able to, go into a corner and know how much speed you can take through there.
Yeah.
And as Zanatti's pushing, but with the consistency that he's had, my bet is that, if you were to cut to a face cam of Zanatti, he's got, steering wheel in one hand and he's sipping tea in the other and just having a grand old time.
That's funny. Oh, so Zampini did a driver swap for Nucci.
Oh yes, Zampini is out. Paolo Nucci is in. Considering this is about halfway through,
Yeah.
my prediction is Paolo Nucci is going to take us to the end.
I agree. Yep.
But yes, Zampini out for Nucci. The Team Redline liveried Fanatec branded car there. Another very pretty machine with the chrome and the orange. Works well together.
So Jones in the leading
Yes.
GTE car is in the pit lane now, so wants to see if he's going to make a driver change. Are we expecting a driver change here, Cody?
It's possible. Dino Pereira, after their first pit stop, swapped out for Grant Jones. And so Grant Jones could stay in the car and run the
Do another stint.
mid pack.
Yeah.
He could do another stint, and then perhaps Dino Pereira comes in to finish it off. Or perhaps they go, Dino Grant, and we see Dino get into the car.
He's far enough ahead of Del Castillo, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got the time to do it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you need to see what the interval is between the GTE cars alone. Because it's at the moment, yeah.
Yeah, Grant Jones is a lap ahead of Juan Del Castillo. Juan Del Castillo is 12 seconds ahead of Tom Prengley. And yes, they did do a driver change. Yep. Pereira is in for Grant Jones.
Okay, so we thought we would be seeing a driver change.
Yeah.
And so the driver's without an issue.
Yep. Juan Del Castillo gets his lap back. He is back on the lead lap. But there's a Corvette pretty close behind him now. But oh, I'm sorry. That's the Aston Martin of oh goodness, Maximilian Reichel.
Seen a bit of grass being kicked up there by the number 95.
Yeah.
Michael, yeah.
He's been having a pretty boring race, I gotta say. He's been locking some tires, as we saw there. He's been dipping off into the grass, but nothing that would, cause him to have a crash or an accident. He's not driving dangerously. He's just got a little bit of cleaning up to do, I think, in terms of racecraft. This is Robert Strachan, who's chasing down Zanotti, your leader.
Trying, but
yeah,
it's like 20
trying.
seconds now. They were around that 10 to 12, and now it's back up to 20.
Yeah, Zanotti just put in a 1 minute 49.5. Robert Strachan's last lap was a 1 minute 50.001. And we'll see what this one turns out to be, if he has any chance. 1 minute 50.604. Strachan is consistent, but it's just not enough to catch Zanotti at this moment.
Yeah.
Zanotti is running away with it at this point, almost 20 seconds ahead of Strachan. Nucci now 2 laps down from Zanotti, 1 lap down from Strachan. What a pretty car. We've beaten this horse to death, but what a pretty car.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
Nucci has a LMP2 in his sights. Not the LMP2 he wants to have in his sights, though. As I think that is... I think that's Zanotti. Yeah, that's Zanotti, who's 2 laps ahead of him. Yep. Yeah. There is, if you see my mouse on the screen, there is Zanotti, and back there, that's Strachan. Oh, I'm sorry, no, that's Nucci. My bad, not Strachan. Strachan is also on the backstretch. He just got onto the backstretch now, and now he's coming off of the backstretch. Watch him just go bouncing, 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 and bouncing, making it around there. Again, lots of different options to get around that corner. All of them bumpy. Some less bumpy, some more bumpy. All of them bumpy. Pereira, we're checking in here. TE car.
Yeah, they are just killing it in this class. I mean, jeez.
Absolutely. Tom is the number 3 Corvette with Dino Pereira and Grant Jones. Is that Matrix Racing? What team is that?
Matrix Racing comprises of. Trying to get it up now. Just bear with me 1 moment.
Hey, no worries.
Matrix Racing comprises of Pereira and Jones in the GTE.
Okay, wonderful. So they won the last race, unsurprisingly, and it looks like they're on par to, fingers crossed, knock on wood, navigate off of them so no commentators curse. They're looking like they're in a good spot to win this race. If they can continue their consistency, and if nobody else finds, some strange other gear. Yeah, they've done very, very well in this championship so far. Early as it is, we've got 4 races in this 4-hour endurance series, and so this is race 2 of 4. And if you win the first 2 races, you gotta try to not place by the end, So they're certainly setting themselves up for a very good finish, not only in this race but also in the championship.
Yep.
Let's check in on Tom Prank, who is not as lonely. He can now see Dina Pereira. Certainly in the first half of the race, once things stratified after the initial grid took off, Tom Prangley was pretty much by himself for most of the race. But now that we're getting down here and... Oh! My
Whoa,
God! Commentator's curse happened. That's what happened.
Yes! Oh no!
Dina Pereira had a little bit of a spin. I think they kept it off the wall. They're not going into the pits where they would have
They're doing okay.
option 2. I think they just had a little push from the commentator's curse gremlins. That's what happened.
Wow. I mean, they have such a cushion. It's okay.
Right. Yeah. They could do that about 3 times and not break a sweat. But yeah, definitely not where they wanted to be around that corner. That's a tough one, though. I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen more incidents. We had the one that, happened, but we didn't see the first time around. I think that was... That was Baran, Mustafa Batuhan Baran, and the other Corvette.
No longer in the race. Yep.
No longer in the race because of that accident. But yeah, we haven't seen too many issues around that corner. These drivers are all very professional, very good drivers, certainly. But they're consistent, but accidents still happen, and they even happen to the best drivers in the championship so far. There you go. Everybody makes mistakes.
This is true. This is true.
So
I love seeing... Oh, sorry, Tom, you go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I want to know the gap between Del Castillo and Prangley, because they're both on the same lap as each other, and they're in second place in GTE at the moment, so it'd be interesting to find out what the actual gap is between those 2 cars.
14.5 seconds. Tom Prangley is behind Del Castillo.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been watching that gap for a little bit. It's unfortunately stayed pretty stagnant. Tom Prangley's last lap, 2-minute 3.134. Juan Del Castillo's last lap, 2-minute 3.008. Very,
The
very
yellow
similar
flag.
drivers.
So
Yeah.
there was a yellow flag as well in sector 2, but it's cleared away quickly.
Yeah,
so I
I
don't know
think.
whether someone's gotten off somewhere. There we go, look.
I see someone. I didn't see somebody stopped on the track. Oh boy, now I
There we go,
did.
look.
Hi Shane, how's it going? Yep, Shane White took over in the number 51 after their pit stop, and I think that was fairly recent. But yeah, looks like cold tires on that Ferrari might have taken its toll on the back of the circuit there.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know whether he suffered damage or anything like that.
I don't think he hit. There is damage on the car, but there's no more damage than what we saw the last time they pitted. And so I think they just opted not to repair much, or if they did, and they did have an incident, I don't think it had much of an effect. Yeah, see, there's just a little bit on the left side of the body there, a little bit on the right front. But I think that had been there before. But yeah, Shane White is on his own lap. He's closest to the number 95 car, piloted by Maximilian Reichel. That's the Aston Martin here that we're seeing now on your screen. Elder has come into the pits in the Porsche. Porsche being serviced. Name something more expensive.
I dare you.
My mom has a Boxster, and well, the radiator cracked yesterday while they were going to Oklahoma City, so it made the journey back on a tow truck. So that's gonna be fun.
Wow, that's disappointing.
Oh. But this Porsche got repaired and fixed up much, much faster, getting out with no changes to the leaderboard. I'm checking in on Tom Prangley and Del Castillo, which Tom had inquired. Well, not Tom Prangley, Tom Cairns, our wonderful commentator, in the booth with me here today. But Tom Prangley was previously about 14.5 seconds behind Del Castillo. That gap has, unfortunately for Prangley, fortunately for Del Castillo, widened to now 16 seconds behind.
Mm.
And if Prangley keeps dipping his tires off into the grass, it's not going to improve.
Yeah. I love the sound of these cars. Gosh, so cool.
Hey, look, I'm finding all sorts of buttons. Isn't that nice?
Pretty nice. Yep, nice little setup there. This is super nice, Cody, because then, we're able to kind of talk about everybody and not just, and show the stream and the different cars because you're doing it all on your own. That's so cool.
Yeah. Absolutely. So we can discuss who we need to do. We can do what we want to. We've worked this out. Shane was just upside down. Mark Wright said that Shane ended up upside down in that incident. That's wow. Okay.
Dang it, I hate when we miss stuff like that.
I guess so. Yeah. There's odd. Oh, okay. I mean, let's see. Taking a closer look here at Shane. Yep, there's roof damage. That makes sense. Hmm.
Wow.
Thank you so
yeah.
much, Mark, for the tip off there. Mark Wright, one of the drivers there, as you can see. And so, wow, yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see that on our timing screens. 'Cause typically, you start to see like some lights flashing as their speed goes down and their other things go
Or
down.
that the
so-
fact is the fact that the car is still racing. I mean, that's kind of impressive.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm curious to know how it got back, right side up again.
Ha ha ha.
Interesting. But yeah, Mark Wright, if you have any more information as to how that accident happened, we'd love to know.
Oof. That car is getting a little squirrely, though. That's for sure.
We are. Tom Prengley still trying to catch Juan Del Castillo, but he's losing that battle as he's getting further and further behind, unfortunately, for Prengley.
Yeah. Because he's a whole lap down, right?
He's not a lap
Prengley?
down from Del Castillo. He's only 20 seconds, well, 18 as you're seeing, seconds behind Del Castillo.
So you can see the gap there between Sonotti and Strachan. 23 seconds it is between the two cars.
Yeah.
Sonotti's building up the lead now, actually, isn't he? Because if you remember when Sonotti came out of the pit lane, he had something like 10 seconds in hand over him in the last 10 laps or so. He's built that up, hasn't he, now?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, definitely.
Big time.
A big increase there. Expected to continue as Alberto Zanotti has been pretty consistent, yet still. Strachan, though, has about caught up to him. Not quite, but about caught up to him on pace. Zanotti's last lap, 1 minute 50.405. Robert Strachan, 1 minute 50.575.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been super consistent, Straighten.
Both of them have. It's definitely
I'm
like
surprised that the gap is what it is. I would expect it to be more around that, 10 to 12, where it was from the pits.
Zanotti is able to just like every now and then, he's always like, 1 minute 50, high 149s, but then sometimes he'll just like find another gear, like do like a low 1 minute 48, It's just like, okay, all right, you just did that, okay, fine. And that I think is really where he's gaining on Strachan is he's able to just find pockets of fast that Strachan's not able to tap into. They've both got that baseline of consistency, but Zanotti's got that edge, certainly.
It's always possible, too, that Strachan, because we know he can keep pace at times, maybe could it be on purpose? Maybe they might be double stinting, so they're not trying to be as fast as possible because they know Zanotti has this lead, so they're trying to maybe catch up, maybe in the pits.
That is very possible. If they can, stay out and do one fewer pit stops than Zanotti manages, then yeah, they would make up that 20 seconds very, very easily and come home with a win. What we saw last time around, it wasn't Robert Strachan. I think it was the Sector 4 racing team last time around. May have been... well, that was. But the Sector 4 racing team last time around, they were trying to catch Zanotti. And what we saw from there was, Zanotti had the pace. He was consistent. He was able to, roll the cars. Oh, wow, we saw a very, very loose Shane White there in the background.
That was Mickey and Barker from last race.
Oh, okay, yes.
Mickey and Barker. Yeah, they're Sector 4 racing.
Okay, yeah. So they they had a lead, I believe. Was somebody had a lead, and then Zanatti like was able to take it from them. And I was thinking, in the back of my head, Zanatti is pushing his car way too fast. He's gonna have to pit earlier, but he really didn't. He has been able to manage his car quite effectively, quite efficiently, and so I think that Strachan and Wayne Newton, I don't see that from them. As I see them driving, I don't see a conservative attitude about it.
Yeah.
I feel like they're pushing. I don't think they're pushing dangerously hard. I think they're still racing a 4-hour race, but I think that they're not fuel saving.
Yes. Yeah, I understand what you're saying there for sure.
Hi guys, it's Ed here.
Hello, hi. You guys are quite quiet, so if you guys could speak up a little bit, we'd be able to hear
Can
you.
you hear me? Nope. Can you hear me?
Keep going.
Hello.
Getting
Little
better.
bit better.
Hey. I thought I'd come in for a couple of minutes and say hello.
Hello.
Well, thank you for your presence here.
Yes, absolutely. It's
Wow.
nice to have you.
It's a
How'd the racing go?
it's been bittersweet because I had a senior moment and I was changing brake bias and flipping through menus and I crashed the car into the bridge.
Oh, no.
no.
Well, that's why we're out.
I see.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Where'd Pierce go? Did he pop out?
Cause,
Hmm.
Huh. Yeah, he must have disappeared for a moment. So Ed, you ended up crashing the car via a little bit of distracted driving, huh?
yeah. As I said to Pierce, a senior moment.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Really not good. So, anything you guys want to know about the race? Oh,
Sure. Let's see. Let's start
Well,
with. Go
I'm
ahead.
curious, Ed, because we are kind of surprised at how often the GTEs have actually pitted. Because
yeah, I think there was a couple of ways. I'm just trying to get onto the. There were a couple of ways of going about it. I think it is about an hour. It was about an hour for each pit stop, but there was half an argument to go like 40 minutes just on short fuel and tyres. So I don't know whether any of the others are doing that. But I think that most people are doing the standard kind of hour, hour time.
Yeah, I think you're right. We've been seeing a lot of that from our vantage point.
Sorry to interrupt you. We had a little bit of a spin actually from Sonotti, I believe, who just went sideways before the.
oh, you're right. Oh yeah, just a little bit there.
Was that Zanatti?
Little squirrely.
He just put in a
Little
1 minute
squirrely.
50. I don't think it was Zanatti. It was an LMP2, right?
It was an LMP2, yeah. So I may have picked up on the wrong. It might have been Strachan.
Let's
No,
It's
see.
lost
I-
ground.
I wasn't Strachan or Nucci.
Nucci just did a 1 minute 53. That's his slowest lap in ages, so I
Oh.
think it was probably him.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for that. That was
But yeah, I think there were a
just
couple
missed.
of ways to attack it. It depends on how the track's rubbering up and things like that. So, but the soft tyres were getting very hot.
Yeah,
so it was
that
tricky after 10 laps or so.
talk to us a little bit more about tire strategy because my instinct on Sebring, since Sebring is such a rough circuit and it's typically hard on tires, is that something that you guys have to keep in mind here in R Factor 2? 'Cause my thought would be that you wouldn't run softs at Sebring all that much.
Yeah, I think they they go through a phase of going off when they after 10 laps or so, but they came back. They tend to come back in again like they did at Silverstone.
See,
I did
okay.
2 hours on a set of stops at Silverstone, so they do
Jeez.
come back in. So yeah, it's pretty. You have to really watch the tyres here. That's for sure.
I see.
You have to look after them and let the car roll through rather than trying to be doing, really aggressive braking, and you have to let the car roll a bit. Not
So-
into the tyre walls though.
Yeah, don't roll into some tire walls.
Exactly.
We've seen that from a driver. Oh, I forget who that driver was. I've got no idea who. But thank you so much for your insight and input. The weather there, we're looking at it. It was kind of warm. Not the warmest. Has track temperature factored into anything at all? Has it cooled down at all? I see there's a bit of cloud cover that's been coming in. That we can see on the stream.
What they're at now. Do you know what the track temperature is now?
Let's see. The short answer is no. The long answer is I can find it out. The ambient temperature out there right now has actually gone up. It's now 88 degrees Fahrenheit, 31 degrees Celsius.
Well, that's gone up a bit. I'm trying to get the timing of the green up, but I can't seem to get the detail.
Stretching pits.
Yep.
Stretching is out of the pits. Same driver. No driver change there. Just fuel and tires, I'm sure. Then the GTE coming out of there. That looks like... Definitely not Ed Bailey. There we go. Oh, come on. That's Juan Del Castillo coming out. Yes, Ed Bailey's talking to us. I don't think he's driving. But yes, there we are. Castillo comes out of the pits.
I can't really see what's happening much in the race, but I think there's some people doing some pretty good jobs out there, like Tom Prangley's chipping away, doing a good job.
Yeah, he just passed Juan Del Castillo in the pits for second place. We were joking, I think largely while you were driving, that Tom Prangley's been having a very lonely race. He had a very lonely first half. Things spread out at Sebring. Sebring's a fairly long track. And Tom Prangley in particular ended up in a spot where really the only time he ever saw any other cars for the longest time was whenever he was getting lapped by LMP2s. How does that play in? If you're, driving and you're just all alone, how does that play in?
Well, Tom is kind of... if you look at the timing screens, then you'll see that Tom is 2 seconds or slower, probably 2 seconds or so slower than the first place car.
Do you know?
But
yeah.
If you remember, I drove with him at Le Mans, and we weren't fast, but we kept our head, didn't crash into any tyre walls, and just kept our heads and kept making the decisions. So he's not the fastest driver in race pace, but on these longer enduros, he's consistent and keeps it on the road.
Indeed. Going off of the championship standings from race 1 and see that added to here on race 2, Tom Prangley drove an LMP2 car in the last race, and I believe he DNF'd.
Yeah, he did.
The shift to a GTE in the for the second race, is this a new strategy for him? Is he going
to? To be honest, that was a bit of my request on my part to get him into it, as he had a DNF. He was pretty relaxed about which class he ran in, so he switched over for us, really. So.
I see. A bit more balance adding to the GTE class?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I see. Well, excellent. Good to know.
He's doing okay. his pace is picking up. Juan as well jumped in at the last minute. He's doing okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Juan Del Castillo just set his personal fastest Sector 1 time. So he's, now come out of the pits.
Okay,
Saw
pit stop,
earlier.
yeah, he's doing 2018s, yeah.
Oh.
Hey, it's a long, 4 hours is a long race.
It is.
Absolutely. Thank you so
Not
much
for,
for
not
coming
for
on with us.
Zanatti, though.
Yeah, if you
Right.
if you looked at just Zanotti's lap times, you'd think he was running a sprint race.
Yeah.
But he's been holding that consistently throughout. He won the last race, and he's
He did.
looking to be dominant this race too. Big talent there.
Yeah, he's I mean, I think there is a bit of an advantage if you run solo in the pit stop times.
Yeah.
But the reality is that, if you're going to run 4 hours solo, then I think you can be a little bit relaxed about that.
Yes.
So, if you have to take a break or take a bio break or something, then I think it's okay to give the solo runners a bit of an advantage over 4 hours. So,
Fair enough. Yeah, it's a lot more like work and time investment to do, 4 hours as opposed to sharing 2 sets of 2.
yeah. I was just looking at this, just amazing how good this Sebring update looks.
Oh yeah, it's really, really a pretty circuit.
Yeah, really cool.
And they've done a great job. All of the everything from the buildings to the curbs to everything, like it's all received a wonderful update on texture wise, and then of course I guess it's at this point it's becoming old news now, but the R Factor 2 art style graphics like rendering update, things are less like saturated and a bit more like realistic and textured now, and Sebring really benefits from that, because it's got a lot of gritty texture to it, it being a 70, 80, 90-year-old in parts
Yeah.
piece of track.
Yep. What happened to the Corvette then, Mustafa?
I believe, so we had a car that, at the end of where we are here, at the end of turn 1, I think they locked up their wheels and just didn't turn, and spun it into a wall, and we were trying to figure out who that was for the longest time. We thought it may have been your car, but it didn't look terribly damaged. We're poking through, didn't see who it was. There was nobody who was like particularly slow. But then about a lap later, Baron's Corvette comes in, pits in, and it's not got a rear wing on it, and then it's got like pretty heavy damage on the back end, and they were never able to come out of the pits.
Yeah. I think Max is what is a lap. He's 3 laps behind Max.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Dino and Grant are again going to be tough to beat. So they're a pretty good pair actually. Annoyingly so.
Yes, they get out in front at the beginning and they stay out front. And that's always been my strategy, but the tricky thing is staying out front.
Actually doing it.
But yeah, they're able to manage that pretty effectively. Juan Del Castillo, we had mentioned him for a brief moment there. He just set his fastest lap of the race.
Yes. Yeah. That's a really great time, too. Wow.
He's 18 seconds behind Tom Prengley. He's on the same lap as him. And we were following that gap before. It was at about, at about 15, 16 seconds for a little bit. And then it dropped back to about 23. And Juan Del Castillo pitted in. There was some shuffling around. And now 18 seconds back. Hour and 20 left to go. That's doable.
Oh, Stanaker's out of the race.
Steneker. Oh.
Yeah.
Why is
It says
that? I didn't see a
DNF.
wreck.
Yeah. And Zanotti's in the pits, which he's on track, so that's right. But,
Huh.
oh, bummer.
Goodness.
Yeah, I think Juan's got a chance of getting into second place. I think it just looks like he came in to retire.
Yeah,
He
possibly.
came into the pits.
Oh,
He
yeah.
came into the pits. I mean, he didn't stop out on circuit. He came into the pits and just retired from there.
Yeah.
That's bizarre. Speaking of coming into the pits, Zanotti came in. Unlike Steneker, he is back out again and is going. Still out in front by about 24 seconds now.
Yep.
Ahead of Strachan. Wayne Newton relieved Strachan a little bit earlier. Looking like... I don't know, again, he's within that like 20-second range, which is it's doable, but it's tough.
Well, it's tough with Zanotti. He's so fast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright guys, thanks for the stream.
Thanks,
for
Ed.
it working.
You bet.
Thank you very much.
I'm looking forward to talking to you from the top spot on Road Atlanta.
Sounds good.
That's talking big game for a man who crashed due to distracted driving.
Well, it can only go upwards after just crashing it into the bridge, can't it? So,
Oh yes. Well, hey, break a leg.
yeah.
And
Cheers, guys. I'll
luck.
check
Okay.
it later on.
Cheers.
Cheers. Zanotti, fastest sector 2 time of the race, 28.995. That's his personal best.
So we're just down to 3 LMP cars now.
Yep.
Yes.
That appears to be the case. 1, 2, 3, 4 cars in the garages. 1, 2, 3 cars in the race. Wow. LMP2 has been a race of attrition, certainly. With great speed comes great responsibility.
Man, I could have raced this race and had my own little slow race, and I would have been able to possibly podium.
Possibly.
With all this going on. Just hanging out. Bummer.
Yeah. I mean, I wish I could be racing this, but obviously I don't have R-Factor 2, so... but it's been obviously quite an enduring one. Of course, it is an endurance race, but... I didn't expect to see this many retirements at this stage.
Right. I forgot how Cody, on the first race, how many retirements we had on that race also.
Indeed,
I should probably notate this, because I feel like there was a handful also last time.
Yup. I think
But 4
so.
hours is a very long time, so I guess it's expected.
Just trying to find the race at Silverstone. Here we go. Look, I've just found it. So the number of retirements we had in the 4 hours of Silverstone.
Mm-hmm.
In one moment.
Okay.
Only four GTEs got to the end of Silverstone. Just look to see how many in LMP2. There's at least 5 that did make it to the end.
Mm-hmm.
Find the exact number in total. 9 that did make it to the end. Well, I'll give you that.
Okay.
I'm just gonna play safe and say 9. But I'm just trying to see how many cars actually entered the race.
So this time around, there were 15 cars in the race.
Just looking at the one for Silverstone.
Oh, for Silverstone, my bad.
Yeah, for Silverstone, which happened 4 weeks ago. So 6, 7, 8. I think we had, I think it was 16, but I'm just trying to double check.
So we did get a message from Steneker letting us know that they did have to pull out of the race. Everything was fine with the car, but personally, they just had to get out of the race.
I see. Different
So
engagement.
that is what happened. Yes.
Well, that's unfortunate. They had done, with that car, they had done quite well in the championship standings after Silverstone, you know. And a fourth place finish, you know, is better than a DNF, you know. So I think that, you know, sometimes things happen. Sometimes you gotta, you know, sometimes you gotta dip, but oh, what could have been, you know?
Yes. Strachan and Zanotti, man, look at their lap times. Wow.
So in the Silverstone round we had 16 that started and 9 got to the end.
Oh, okay. We are on pace to have a similar outcome. I can't believe it's been almost 3 hours already.
I can. Trying to run this thing, I can.
Well, you probably can, Cody. You've been on for like 8 hours.
Oh my goodness, yep.
So Nucci's in the pits. Is he going to hand it back to Sampini for the?
Oh.
We'll have to see. That's something something to watch, certainly. 20 seconds in. Yep, I drove back from Oklahoma to Texas yesterday. Got home like yesterday night, about dusk, and I tried to launch R Factor 2, you know, night before, try to, you know, make sure everything works. It didn't. I was like, hey, R Factor 2 is updating. I was like, oh, okay, I launched it the other day. It did update then, but okay, it needs to update now. And then I tried to launch it. The logo pops up, nothing happens. Well, something is happening here. Paolo Nucci comes out, and it looks like Nucci is staying in.
Mm-hmm. So similar to Strachan too. I'm wondering if this next pit stop, well, I don't know. Because they should just have one more pit stop for the race, the LMP2s, correct?
If this isn't their last one, they've only got one more, certainly.
Right, yeah.
I just saw a brief yellow flag in Sector 2 as well, but that's gone away.
Oh. Okay.
It's only a brief one, so nothing to get overexcited about.
Okay.
Jenny wants to see blood.
No, yeah. I'm savage over here. No, I understand both sides. I understand, because Cody, I have a significant other that I'm not going to say the name that is in this race, and so I understand the driver's side of it. You just want to finish. You want to be clean. in a boring race is okay, and in a spectator side, you want to see that back and forth and the drama.
Why NASCAR is so popular here?
Yeah.
All it is drama.
Yeah. And I said Cody, but I meant to say Tom. Maybe Tom doesn't know, but Cody, you know, I have a significant other in this race.
Yes.
So I want everything to go smooth, and I want everybody to be happy. Oh.
There they are, two classes right alongside each other, zooming by. You look at the GTEs. We were talking about speed a little bit earlier. You look at the GTEs; they are so quick. And then if you look at something like, there's an IMSA livery on this Corvette. If you look at the two GT classes there, they've got GTLM and GTD. And the GTD is GT3 regulation cars, and the GTLM is GTE regulation cars. And the speed difference between them, like the GTE cars pass the GT3s like they're stopped. There's so much more excitement there. And then an LMP2 goes by and they both look like they're slow. Absolutely. Tom Prangley just set his fastest Sector 3 time on his previous lap, this lap around.
Nice job, Tom. All right.
He's still definitely finding ways to get more out of that car, that white Aston Martin.
Does anyone notice the sun continuing to set on the circuit? Because it seems like it is at the moment.
It is. It's getting lower and lower. We're going to finish this at sunset for sure.
There's one of the GTs in the pits that looks like white. He's just come in.
Yes.
In the Shane White, isn't it? That's
Yes.
yeah. So that'll be him giving the silver motorsport car back to his teammate Mark Wright, who should be taking over from it unless Shane feels that can do another hour or so, or just another stint and then come in and change.
They're taking a little bit.
Must be doing a driver change.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah. Mark Wright should be going into that car. He tipped us off to that. If you're watching the YouTube chat, you see it. Ed Bailey, still out of the race. He I was just commenting on him because we could see his car off in the distance. He was wonderful enough to pop back in and talk with us for a little bit. There's Mark Wright in the car as expected, and out he comes.
He remains in 6th in class, but at least he'll go up to 9th overall because of Seneca's retirement.
Yes.
Reichel and Steneker. It's interesting because you were talking about like total and in class. Just to talk about how fast the LMP2 cars are. It's been a while since Steneker has gone out and retired, but Reichel still has not passed him yet because Steneker's car has completed more laps. And so Reichel, even after all of this time in that GTE car, still hasn't caught up to Steneker in the LMP2. Isn't that crazy?
It is. Yeah, the LMP2s have about 12 laps ahead, which is a lot. I remember one of my first races that my spouse took me to go see with all the different classes, and it was so confusing because there was 4 different classes, and it was in Laguna Seca. We traveled to that track,
Was it IMSA?
and it just blew my mind. Like, how am I supposed to know who's winning?
With 4 classes, I'm guessing that was IMSA, right?
Yes.
Nice. I, as much of a fan as I am, I've unfortunately never gotten the opportunity to go to an IMSA race. I don't miss a race on
awesome.
TV, but I've never gotten the chance to go. By the time I was getting into, endurance racing and that sort of stuff, was around 2016. 2016 was also the last year that I think it was 2016. It was the last year that IMSA came to Circuit of the Americas. It's not been on the calendar for a while now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They also dropped it from the World Endurance Championship calendar in, I think, 2017 or 2018. And they came back for one race in 2020, and I got to go see it, and it was in February of 2020, right before SHTF.
Oh,
Yeah, it was. We just barely beat the buzzer on that one, because like there was like, I think there was one case in of the bad thing. I don't want to get us demonetized. And there was one case of the bad thing in the United States at the time. So we just barely beat that.
That's good. That's good.
That was
We
also.
went on
Oh, go ahead.
we went on a family cruise in February, first week of February 2020. And I'm thinking, wow, we just slipped right under that radar. Thank goodness.
Yeah. Probably a week or two later, and you might have been stuck on that boat for a while.
Oh, I know. Yes.
Man. Yeah, that's crazy.
I have to say, Strachan's been in the pits for a long, long time.
I was just going to say that. I know it's making me nervous over here because usually it's about 46 seconds and they're like at a minute 20.
Indeed. Minute
Or
40
no
now at
longer
this
than
point.
that, yeah.
Since they
Yep.
entered the pit lane. But yeah, they had a pretty good lead on Paolo Nucci. They still have about a
Oh.
lap on him still. Paolo
I wonder
Nucci
if
is
they're doing
making
a
his way
driver
around.
change.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, well, if they would be doing a driver change, it shouldn't be taking this long at all.
Yeah.
There's some sort of a technical issue there. Paolo Nucci is no longer a lap down from stretching.
Uh-oh. Oh my gosh.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
Newton's
Newton's
back
back
in.
in.
Yep, Wayne Newton
Oof.
has returned, but man, that was a long time to be in the pits.
I know. Maybe they heard that I needed some excitement.
15-minute pit stop.
Ooh,
That's how long it took.
Oh.
jeez. I wonder what happened.
And then immediately stuck behind a GTE.
Oh my gosh.
But hey, if you're going to be stuck behind a GTE, Dina Pereira's Corvette is the best GTE to be stuck behind because he's your
That's
current leader.
Yep, that's true.
And there he goes, flying by him.
Yeah. Just, that was so fast and so easy. Boom.
So we're approaching the last hour of this race now.
Absolutely.
Ooh, officially an hour.
Ding, 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 ding. 60 minutes left to go in this race. Well, Zanotti, Newton, and Nucci, if they can keep their cars on the road and stay out of trouble, they will all get a podium position.
Yes.
And with all of the competition that we saw in the LMP2 category at Silverstone, there's pardon me, trying not to lose my train of thought here. I might dip out for a second and get some food. But anyways, so with Zanardi, Newton, and Nucci finishing, that'll give them all a nice bump in the standings. And everybody else, you know, the drivers who DNF'd, the drivers who didn't show, and, you know, some of the drivers who, you know, like Tom Prangley, didn't score points last time around in LMP2 and have decided to switch to GTE for the rest of the championship. You know, a lot of these drivers in LMP2, or all three of these drivers in LMP2, sorry, are going to have a nice hefty boost that'll be hard to challenge by any newcomers late in the series.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you know, if Zanardi continues his reign of terror, the only way to make him like the only way to make him lose this championship is if he doesn't show up. So yeah, that's a tall order when you're running in second place and you're chasing him down. Dino Pereira, interestingly enough, we have two ways of measuring the standings here. One way of measuring the standings is, of course, by class. Right? You have your LMP2 class and your GTE class in this championship. The other way of measuring the standings is overall. We do keep a tally of the overall standings. And right now, Dino Pereira in a GTE car is going to place 4th overall.
Yep. Yep. Impressive.
That's impressive. Absolutely. I'm gonna pop out for a second. Whoa, big! Never mind.
Oh.
Whoa, big crash there. That was
Wow.
Mark Wright. Mark Wright, big off.
Oh no.
Oh man, spun it around several times there. Goodness me, what?
Oh no.
Let me Wow, that was tremendous. So I'm see quick because we did catch that on camera. I have no idea. I'm looking at the replay of what happened there with his car. I have no idea what caused him to turn into the wall. He was right behind the Corvette. They were not touching at all. But as soon as he passes by the start-finish straight, he just loses just loses it and just makes a hard right into the wall. Just a hard right turn. It was like he wasn't holding the steering wheel. And it just kind of like wiggled out and just like slammed into the wall. What the?
I wonder if he had another knee problem.
Oh, that's possible.
Yeah.
That's possible. Mark Wright, we did mention, had unfortunately dislocated a knee earlier on in the race. Those pedals can be a lot of force to push.
Yeah.
Perhaps there was a similar situation. As you're going off of the you know, the final corner there onto the straight, you're mashing down that throttle. So yeah, that's quite possible. I think you're right there. That'll be a trip into the pits. And to think I was going to be able to go make myself a sandwich.
Nice try.
I won't say never a dull moment because it is an endurance race, but man, there's some exciting ones, and that was one of them. Holy cow! But yeah, he's gonna have to make his way all the way back around, and he's just about made it. gently does it around this corner, hugging the inside line. Yep, that's going to be a pit entry, I'm sure. No, actually, he's staying out.
Oh.
Huh, okay. Well, more power to you, Mark, right? More power to you.
And I'm going to leave you guys to it because I've got another gig coming up. But thank you very much for having me on board for this evening. It's a shame I can't be around for the remainder of it, but
We've enjoyed you, Tom.
No
Yes.
problem, guys.
Absolutely.
See
Thank
you
you so
soon.
much. Have a good one.
So I'm a little quiet right now, Cody, because I'm actually trying to line up all the racers and their current, like the top 3 of each class to see like what for this race versus the last one, so their current standings will be. Kind of fun just to see.
Yes, very good info. I'm honestly so curious on the status of Mark Wright's car. Because, we see some pretty heavy front end damage. He slammed into the wall, as we saw.
I mean, a dislocated knee is nothing to mess with. That is, whew.
Yeah.
And the fact that I saw his name back in the car, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little surprised. Like, wow, okay, that's impressive.
Oh. Okay. Thanks, YouTube. I just got a pop-up notification on YouTube on the RomRob channel. It says, this creator made you a moderator for the channel. Yeah.
Oh.
I've been a moderator.
That's supposed to be that way.
Yeah.
Okay, so Pereira is in the pits. Okay. I was waiting for them to pit, so cool. All right.
Grant Jones is in for Pereira to finish out the race.
Yep.
And I'll bet you anything that's their final pit stop of the race. These GTE cars are built to go the distance, and they've really only had to stop on the hour. Ooh, coming out just ahead of Maximilian Reichel in the Aston Martin right behind him. Several laps down. He's 3 laps down from Grant Jones. But, wow. What a drive from the GTE pairing of Grant Jones and Dino Pereira. They've had an absolutely dominant series. It's
well, it's what Ed said, right? It's wonderful because they're so good together, but it's so frustrating if you're racing against them because they are so good together.
Absolutely. And we see sort of a similar situation between the LMP2 class and the GTE class. Zanotti by himself has been absolutely phenomenal, both in Silverstone and during this race as well. And then, the driver pairing of Grant Jones and Dino Pereira, they have been absolutely phenomenal throughout this race and the previous race. Consistent, fast, clean. They've miraculously avoided any incidents. It's incredible.
Yep.
"50 minutes remaining," as you can see on the timing screen that we now have on screen. Yeah.
We should put your name at the top of the board. The true winner of today's race, Cody.
There we go.
I am interested to find out with Newton and Strachan why that pit was so long. That their pit stop was so long.
Yeah. I
To
don't know.
now they're, it's Zanatti won't have any challengers at all, assuming everything stays the same. But when you had that kind of that 20-second ish to 30, it was still a big gap, but it was like, well, something can still happen. But when it's a lap, a full lap, it's a little less likely to have any drama that way.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how much time altogether. I haven't paid attention to Zanotti's pit stops as how long they are, so I'm curious with the solo driving how much time that actually saves. Ooh, got another pit stop from Reichel. Cool.
The only car here that doesn't seem to have position lights on it. Real one does. Curious why they opted not to position lights on it for the mod.
Buddy, do you know the next two races? Do you know which races they are? I have not looked, so I apologize that I'm asking you this on our live stream. But do you know what the next two races where they are?
So I believe I'm looking at the race calendar. I believe it is on the 7th of November. They'll be at Road Atlanta, and then we're going back to Europe for the final race on the Nürburgring on December 5th.
Nice.
This is me with the stream.
That's awesome. That's perfect. All the stages.
Yep.
Mine's going to be opposite because now when the race finishes, I actually have to, do a few chores around my house. So that's a bummer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Mark Wright is in the pits.
I see. That
And they just pitted
I would have thought.
like 10 laps ago. So
Yeah, that was they
they
had the wreck, so that's
yeah.
not surprising. And he's back out now. That was a quick one.
Yep. Oh, Del Castillo's in, I believe, going to be for the final pit stop.
Yep, he now comes in.
Del
Slams
Castillo
on the brakes.
also, I believe, running his own race. And I think Elder, too, is running.
Mm-hmm.
And Prangley. I think there's, 3 of them. Maybe 4, because Maximilian's been in there the whole time, too. Hmm. Florida does have some really cool racing tracks, but I just don't know if I could handle living in Florida.
Yeah,
The
it's
humidity's a little rough.
yeah, the worst thing about Florida is Floridians.
Oh yeah.
Now we're just talking shit about Florida. I know people in Florida. They're fun.
I didn't say it. It always feels like when a crazy story comes up, it's always like starts with a Florida woman. You're like, oh my gosh, what now?
So there's a fun fact as to why there's so many crazy stories out of Florida that like start with like Florida man or Florida woman or whatever. The reason is because the police reports in Florida are public information. So you can see all of the like crazy stuff that goes on in the police reports in Florida because they're publicly accessible.
Got it.
And so that's not to say that Florida isn't crazy. Those things happen. Don't get me wrong. But the all I'm saying is just Florida does it to themselves.
Yeah.
Paolo Nucci has been hanging back pretty well. Whoa! Tom Prangley, a bit of a spin there. He gets it back, and we saw him power sliding back onto the circuit there. We saw that yellow in sector 2 pop up. That's fairly common, if a driver dips off into the grass just a little bit. But Tom Prangley took a detour off into the grass and parked it for just a second. He got back going again, and he's good. No worse for wear. I don't think he hit the wall at all, although he's weaving like crazy. That might be to try to get some of the dirt off of the tires. Our Factor 2 and Assetto Corsa do simulate that. So if you go off into the dirt, well, now you've got dirt on those very sticky tires. And you've got to spin those off, and so a little bit of weaving there helps take those tires off, which clearly he wanted to do before you go into turn 9, which requires a lot of mechanical grip. Looks like Mark Wright has now passed Tonkian Steneker, so Maximilian Reichel as well. So we've got finally all the DNF'd cars are at the back.
And hopefully we have the last 9 cars all finish.
Indeed, we do like to see that.
And 6 of them are going to be GTE, and only 3 will be LMP2.
Absolutely. Whenever we talked to the race organizer Ed Bailey earlier on, he had mentioned that he convinced Tom Prangley to drive one of the GTE cars to balance it out a little bit. Maybe we should have had more LMP2 cars.
Yeah.
We might have swung
And
a
we
little too
needed
far
to
in the other
go-
direction.
Yeah. It would have actually been perfect if obviously the DNFs are just so 4 of them LMP2s that's just so heavy. So it is unfortunate for sure.
Alright, I am going to leave things in your very capable hands for just a second. I will be right back, and nothing will happen while I am gone.
Okay, sounds good.
Crosses fingers. Knocks on wood. Alright, see ya.
Okay, so we have 38 minutes and some seconds left on this race, this 4-hour race. Zanatti has been for more than half the race now, I believe, in the lead. Impressive. Zanatti is a single driver. So the last race was also a single driver, so seems to be a solo team for sure. And this race has been nice. Newton and Strachan in the LMP2, they stay as is, will be in second place, which is nice because their last race, I believe, they finished right around the 4th or 5th mark. So this should put them in second place standings, which will be great. And I believe Zampini and Nucci should be also in third, I believe, and I could be off. It could be switched, possibly. But your top 3 finishes today in LMP2 will also be your top 3 for the standings currently in LMP2, which is wonderful. And Zanatti is in the pits, and this will be Zanatti's final pit stop. So let's see how close Newton will get to Zanatti on the track here. Oh, okay, Zanatti's leaving the pits. And there he goes. It's always exciting when the last pit stops are happening. You just feel kind of the energy go up a little bit, the excitement happening, just knowing this is it. Under 37 minutes. Pure racing.
Hello, everybody. I'm back.
You missed Zanatti did the last pit stop.
Okay.
And so I'm curious to see if that, when they come back around, if that's going to, what the timing's going to say. But to see if that puts Zanatti and Newton closer.
Yeah, I'm looking to see. Newton is still a lap down off of Zanatti. So.
I know, I didn't think that was gonna.
Pardon me. Moving things around. I do have an update on the situation with Shane White's car. We had talked about it being upside down there.
Yes.
And there it is. That was the car upside down. I don't know how they got it righted again. But,
yes, I don't understand how they were able to continue racing.
Yeah, that's courtesy of Pierce Crone in the Global Enduro Discord. If you like what you see and you would like to race with us, you can join the Global Enduro Discord. Streamlabs is linking a thing that says join the Discord. I think that's for the RomRom Discord. But from there, I believe you can find a link to the Global Enduro Discord and join both Discords because they're both great. And the limit for like all the Discord channels you can join is like 100, so good.
I have no issues on that right now.
Ooh, bit of a slide there from Zanatti. He's got
You
some
don't see that.
style points. Dang. Saved it though. Saved it.
I hope so. I would think the biggest heartbreak ever would be something happening the last half hour of your 4-hour race.
He has worked so hard during this race to get ahead and stay ahead the way that he has.
Mm-hmm. So do you know, Cody, when you do the driver change, how many seconds that takes?
So I've seen it take generally around 20 seconds, about 15 to 20 seconds. I've not done it, but I have only what I've seen from commentary. Too.
Okay.
Anytime I've driven, I've raced myself. I haven't had a teammate for most of the things I've done. So.
Got it. Well, for our next race on November 7th, I am going to make some documents so I could let everybody know. It's hard to kind of go back and forth, and then you see some team names, the name of the team, but you don't have the drivers, or you have the name of the drivers but not the team name. So I want to organize that, and then that way we could keep talking about the points difference between the second and third place and what that can mean, and so that could be kind of fun to have that information for the next race on November 7th.
Yes, I'm excited for that. That sounds wonderful. And that will help us as commentators to understand where's up and where's down, and it will help you guys because we won't be like searching for names and who's what, who's who. But yeah, that sounds like a wonderful idea.
Yeah. That's a nice part about being, a part of a league. You get to know the drivers' names. You get to talk to some of them. You understand, like Zanatti, right? His racing style. He's looser and he's super fast, and whereas others, you can see they have a little stiffer setup and they're super clean. So I like getting to know the drivers. It's a lot of fun for me.
Oh, absolutely. And again, because I keep plugging the Discord, in the R Factor 2 Discord, there's never a dull moment, for one, for the Global Enduro R Factor 2 Discord. One of the ones I have a lot of respect for Pierce Crone. He's one of the, whenever I first joined this league, he was one of the first folks that I was introduced to. Wonderful talent, really, really great guy. Oftentimes, you can find him in the Discord complaining about faster classes, getting a little bit closer than he would like, a little bit closer, a little too close for comfort. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. But certainly it's a thing you're like, yep, that's Crone. And it's wonderful because all of these folks who are driving, this isn't AI. I like AI races, don't get me wrong. But this isn't AI. These are all real people, all sitting at their rigs, all driving around, and there's a lot of fun to it. There's real stories that happen within all of this. Tom Prengley comes in for his final pit stop. He waited a little while to come in.
Well, he pitted on lap 87 just 10 laps ago.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay.
Or 12 laps ago, but I'm not sure why.
Oh,
I
we
mean,
saw
maybe
him
they
spin.
Yeah.
That may be a damage repair pit. It's getting a little darker.
I know, I noticed that. I wouldn't have noticed that until Tom said something earlier about is the sunset or how that was going. I'm like, oh yeah, things are changing out there.
Indeed,
So
yeah. Lights
cool.
are on. Lights are on and all.
Yep. Oh,
Yellow and
there's just
sexy.
a yellow. Yeah.
Oh, yep. Grant
Oh,
Jones
yellow Corvette.
spins around turn 9. That's one of few incidents we've seen. The only incident that they've had was also on that same corner, also with Grant Jones at the wheel.
Come on, Jones. 30 minutes left. That's it.
And a 4-hour race. This is why I am amazed at those going the full 4-hour distance themselves.
Yeah.
You know, after all of this time, it's easy to get a little fatigued.
Oh yeah. That beautiful yellow Corvette. I still remember the first time I saw this car racing in person. I could not believe how loud it was.
Oh my gosh.
And
Yeah.
it is so beefy, and it kind of stole my heart. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing.
I have a model of this thing on my desk. I've mentioned it before, but it's worth mentioning again. Not a cheap model. It's by AutoArt, and it's well worth the money to me because I absolutely love this car. This is my favorite. I think this is the prettiest automobile. Just like this one in particular, just the prettiest thing.
Cody, you have to, if they end up doing a Laguna Seca race, you have to be able to go there. It is a really cool spectator, and to see these cars, you get nice and close. It's insane.
You're convincing me. My next vacation might be to California. Go to the Peterson Museum and then go to an IMSA race.
Yeah, they have some really cool Nucci's in the pits now. But there's and Newton again? What?
Yep.
They must need a little splash for the end.
Yeah, it might be a better safe than sorry sort of thing.
Yeah. But Laguna Seca, that area, because we don't live there, but when we visited, they have a really cool just atmosphere all the way around too. You can go. There's a huge aquarium there. Of course, the beach. The different museums. It's pretty fun.
Oh my goodness, you're convincing me to spend money on.
I've been told I do that a lot. Okay, so Newton was in the pits for a while.
Yeah, took him a minute there. Yeah, took him a minute there. There we go.
Literally, yeah.
Accidentally more correct than I thought I was. But yep, Zanotti keeps on pushing. He's a lap ahead of Newton. Newton's a lap ahead of Nucci. And Nucci is, well, he's not got anybody behind him. And then also I need to tell Serta to turn this on because I really like the constructors logos on here. Helps me know
it's awesome.
if there's like one guy in a Corvette. It helps to know,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the guy. So I like that. Speaking of which, we're on board with Grant Jones. Taking a very wide berth around there, and then cutting in very narrow. Lots of options here. And then he's apexing, or not apexing, but he's like exiting his corner at pretty much the last moment that you can. Very late apex, very early apex, very late exit around that corner. Coming around, getting a little loose there.
Isn't it crazy that there's people that get paid to just race? That's so cool.
Absolutely. It's a lot of work though, not just on track but off track. Um,
Yeah.
I follow several drivers, but the one that's most active on social media that I follow is Jordan Taylor, driver of the Corvette.
Oh yeah.
Uh, and that guy is an absolute hoot. He is really really funny. Um, he's great. Go follow Jordan Taylor if you can. Whoa, big slide there from Paolo Nucci.
Yeah.
Thought he was gonna lose it, but he hung on to it.
Held on to it.
Around the same corner, we saw Zanatti also have a bit of a drift as well. But anyways, one of the things that surprised me after I followed Jordan Taylor for so long is so much of what he does with his like weekdays is athletic training.
Yeah.
He does like biathlons, triathlons, marathons. Like he is very much an all-round athlete. Professionally, that's a lot of work. You get up, you work out, and then you go to bed. And so it's certainly a lot of work and a lot of practice that goes into it. And of course, it helps when your dad is Wayne Taylor. But hey,
I mean, there's that.
there's that. Hey. But certainly a talent. Him and Ricky Taylor, both very good talents in their own right. But yeah, so much work goes into it, and yeah, you always want to do it, and I'm like, man, after seeing all that, I don't know if I could.
Yeah. Well, then you wonder too. It's so much effort. Do they still love the racing, or is it a job, or does it go back and forth?
Yeah, you have to wonder about that. I would assume that there's days like any job where you have a bad day and you don't love it, but at the end of the day, it beats washing dishes. Pardon.
That's true.
So.
That's true.
Got about 22 minutes left to go. You've been on board the last couple of laps with the leader, Grant Jones, in the GTE class, piloting the Corvette C7R. See that lit up number one on the side?
The leader of this race, but they're going to be on the GTE side. They will be the leaders on the leaderboard in general.
Yes, yeah, they won the previous race,
Yeah.
Dina Pereira and Grant Jones, in that car. And they're on track, knock on wood, to win this race as well, if they can make it all the way to the end. And similar situation, Alberto Zanatti, running in first place in the championship and running in first place in the race. Pretty consistently, both of them. They got out in front and they've stayed out in front.
It's kind of nice the second and third on both, though. LMP2 and GTE isn't this clear cut. You have to work some points. You got to see, who finished the race this time. And so that will be a nice mix up. That's always kind of fun, too, to see it going back and forth or really close points between the drivers.
Mm-hmm. As they go bumping around the final corner, flashing the lights at him, just letting him know he's there. We saw a little bit ago Tom Prangley here pit in, and he had pit in beforehand. He had some pretty serious damage that had been running, like visually. Like most of the body panels on that Aston Martin were pretty banged up. He's gotten them all fixed, and it all looks really quite nice now. So I doubt that it was the actual case, but part of my headcanon of what went on there is that he just fixed it up for a nice photo finish at sunset. spectator is Wayne Newton. He is still a lap down from Zanotti. 19 minutes left to go. Nucci has been slowly creeping up on him. Nucci was 2 laps down. He's still 2 laps down from Zanotti in first place, but he is on the same lap as Newton, though about 100 seconds behind. I don't think he'll catch up to him, but it's just interesting to note that Nucci's found a little bit more speed than Newton has in the final final stretch of this race. These cars at sunset. It's lovely to see.
So fun. Have you ever been to a 24-hour race?
Just a 6-hour race.
Okay.
Just the one. But Le Mans is on my list. I'm going to Le Mans.
That's the 24-hour race.
Yep. I'm going to Le Mans at some point. I'm doing it.
Let's see. I'm doing a quick search for something really quick. I think I was thinking of the Daytona race.
Yeah, the Daytona 24 hours would be a fun one to go to as well. That would be a really cool one.
Yeah, we went. What was it, in 17? We went a little while ago, and it got really tired right around 2 a.m. We went to the car and we literally slept for like 40 minutes. And we set the alarm and then we went back out.
Nice. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome, and the whole thing was a blur because we were actually staying on the other side of Florida in St. Petersburg, so we had to drive 3 hours to go to the race, and it was a crazy long fun day. It was just fun thinking back at it, like, man, that was so cool. We sat for like 40 minutes in the car and seeing people in the seats like taking naps and then waking up, and it was cool.
Nice. Yeah, I would love the experience of a 24-hour race. I since about, I think, probably 2015 or 2016 or so, I've watched all 24 hours of the 24 Hours of Le Mans live. That's my yearly tradition. I always stay up for the full 24. But nowadays, I allow myself like a 30-minute power nap in the middle.
Oh yes.
Largely because I had 1 year, I think it was 2019, where I stayed awake the whole 24 hours as I had done every year, but then in the last like 10 minutes, I fell asleep.
Oh no, that's horrible.
Yep, I was up for the whole 24 hours that I fell asleep in the last 10 minutes. I had to go watch it back.
Oh my gosh.
As a replay. So I was like, pretty much, like from that point, I was like, all right, in the middle of the night, I will allow myself like a 30-minute nap, just so that I don't, just something so that I don't like, collapse at the end and miss the ending again.
Cody, that's seriously like the worst thing ever.
It was not fun.
Oh, a penalty.
Yeah,
Reichel.
Maximilian Reichel. My bet is either speeding in the pit lane or track limits violations. I don't have access to the data on on what those are.
I
That
bet
would be in the
he was
circle.
in the pits a little while ago, so I'm assuming it's a penalty for track limits.
Yeah, you're probably right because I don't think he's. Yeah, that's a good. And in he goes. So there you go. He's gonna serve that nice and quick. Elder also is in the pit lane.
Mm-hmm.
That might have been a oh oops I'm running out of gas sort of stop because he had made his stop a little earlier.
Yeah, he just made it in lap 97 and it's 105 for them. So, yeah.
With such little time to go, I can't imagine that that was a intentional strategy sort of thing.
Right. It's so fun. The strategy at the pit stops and how much fuel or how many stints do you extra stint on tires. It's all fun of, it's like a chess game. It's so cool.
My mind goes back to 'cause I'm thinking about the weather now. As it's getting darker, I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm glad it didn't rain. Uh, I'm thinking back to the 1965 12 Hours of Sebring. It was part of the World Sports Car Championship at the time, which we now know today it was revived as the World Endurance Championship. And it was pouring rain.
Ugh.
The specific thing about Sebring, when it's pouring rain, is that Sebring is flat. Sebring is entirely flat. And much of, as you can see, Sebring is paved.
Yeah.
The start-finish straight flooded during that race with several inches of water in 1965. They've got a little bit better drainage, but it still floods here sometimes. And so the entire race, and I believe it was a Chaparral 2A? I think it was a Chaparral 2A that won that race. And it was an open cockpit Group 6 car. And whenever they stopped at the end, there were several inches of water in the car. And so what they ended up doing was, for a lot of these cars that were flooding, was they ended up drilling holes in the bottom so that the water could drain out.
Oh my gosh.
Imagine you have, I don't know, a C2 Corvette that you have race prepped, and I believe might have been 1966 or so, but there were the like some prototype Corvettes that had raced at Sebring, tested at Sebring throughout the 50s and 60s. Imagine you take one of those priceless automobiles during the race and you just drill holes in it so the water will drain out. Oh my goodness. But thankfully, we have not had such a terrible weather time here. It's been quite nice, quite balmy. I think I'm using that word correctly. I think of it as a positive thing because I like warm weather. But in Sebring right now, it is 31 degrees Celsius, 88 degrees Fahrenheit, so about the same as it was, to be honest with you. But yep, it's getting darker. We're going into the sunset.
Yep. Too bad they didn't give us like a beautiful Florida sunset here. All pinks and purples. Just it's gray clouds. That's great.
There we go.
Oh,
there's your sun.
Thank you.
10 minutes left to go. Zanotti still your leader. And Newton close behind. And Nucci in third. Grant Jones just passed by the camera. He is in fourth place overall. Leader of your GTE class. Juan Del Castillo is second place in GTE. Tom Prengley in third. Maximilian Reichel in fourth. Greg Elder in fifth. Mark Wright in 6th. And then your off cars, Hankjan Steneker, LMP2, Mustafa Batuhan Baran is out, Ed Bailey is out, Hakan Kine is out, Brigane is out. Unfortunately, Erdink Bahar was our first one out. Well, and we're seeing the sunset as we go in. It's just disappearing behind those clouds as our field passes us by here.
That's so cool. It does that.
Absolutely.
Mm.
Let's go ahead and pop back in. Let's see how Maximilian Reichel is doing. It's been a bit since we talked about him too much, and there he is, going by us.
It's such a cool looking car.
It is. I
like
really
the
do love
colors.
it.
Yeah.
I'm reminded of palm fronds. And I actually watched, I believe it was the number 95 GTE Pro car. Whenever I went in 2020 in America, I actually Circuit of the Americas. Yes, it's in America, but yes, Circuit of the Americas. I watched. I believe it was. I think it was an Aston Martin podium sweep. I think they had an Aston Martin win in GTE Pro and GTE Am as well. And that was when I got to meet Nicky Tim, because Nicky Tim was one of the drivers, actually one of the Aston Martins that won. And man, he's a character. He's a character. Yep, we're coming into the last few minutes of the race. A little bit of a stutter there, my bad. Grant Jones zipping along. It's starting to get properly dark as we get into dusk here. Go to Zanatti here as well. Just chugging along the machine.
Yeah, that's what we're going to call him now. No more Zanatti. We're going to call you the machine.
Yeah, there we go.
The clinic.
Absolutely putting on a clinic in consistency, in pace, everything. He's been, and like even when he's had an incident, he's been able to catch it and not lose much time from it.
And I think and I was trying to find out more specifics before because I wanted to make a point with Zanatti that yes, he's a solo driver, but even if you were to tack on the seconds that the other teams have for that switch out, he would still be in this position. So there's a slight advantage of being a solo driver in the sense of that timing, but he is just so consistent and fast that he would have been the first place anyway.
Yep, there's a lot of really wonderful drivers out there, but the like alien lap times that we have seen from Zanatti, we can see that a lot of his strength comes from being able to sit in the car all that time and have that experience. You know, it's just been him. He knows this car. He doesn't have to get acquainted to the car on cold tires or anything like that. He's been in the car. And that's really helped him, certainly.
I can't believe we're down to 5 minutes and this race didn't. It was like seconds away from us just saying, oh, it's not going to work today for us. That's so cool that it happened.
Yeah. If you guys were in the Global Enduro YouTube channel pre-show and actually no, I don't think you would have seen. You would have heard us, but I don't think you would have seen us. So whenever I finally was able to get R Factor 2 to work today, it was a square, like the view window. You know, you've got this lovely 16:9 screen that we've got here in Letterbox, but it was a square, and I had to adjust the graphic settings accordingly. And every time I would adjust the graphic settings, up until I got it working, it would crash. So hey, we're here, and that is in
Yeah.
itself a miracle. Yep. Welcome to Sebring at night, even if it is only for a few minutes, but the sun has gone down and the lights have come on. Vroom vroom, everybody. Last few minutes. Again, your leaderboard is Zanotti, Newton, Nucci in LMP2. That's all of them. And then in GTE, Jones in first, Del Castillo in second, Prangley in third, Maximilian Reichel in fourth, Elder in fifth, Mark Wright in sixth. Oh boy, I don't know if he's slipping a little bit with that little bit of looseness, or if he's showing off.
I don't know either. Oh.
But
I get nervous when
he's
the
got
LMP2s
he's got such a lead. He could do pretty much the whole rest of this lap at like
half speed.
half speed, yeah, and do just fine.
Yeah.
He could do a parade lap and still win. He is a whole lap ahead. We are in. So each lap is taking about a minute 50 on average for the LMP2s. At this point in the race, Zanotti is bringing that average down, but it's been about a minute on average, and so it's gonna be this lap, probably one more, and then the checkered flag. So I think perhaps let's go on board with Zanotti for this final lap. Looks like he's going to be passing the Ferrari of Del Castillo.
See how bumpy that is.
Yes, absolutely. We saw, Zanotti going very conservatively, not trying to pass him on the outside like he might have done if, if there was another LMP2 car right behind him. It definitely is taking this final lap much more conservatively. He's got 1 minute 37 seconds left to go. I think if he's fast, this will be the last lap. If he decides to go slow and have a parade lap, it'll be this one and one more. But yeah, if he's fast, this will be it. Yeah, you can hear that he's slowing down very early for the corner this time around. He knows he's got it in the bag, and he's not going to do anything to jeopardize it now.
Well, I'm sure his tires are pretty worn too, because they're at that. He pitted about 20 laps ago, and that's kind of they've been doing every 20, 22 laps, so his tires are probably not doing well either.
So his lap before last was a 1 minute 49, which is about what we've seen for him. His last lap that he just completed, a 1 minute 54.896. He knows he's got it, and he's just taking it home right now.
Making sure, yep.
Absolutely.
Oh. Yep.
We are 17 seconds left, 15 seconds left. Oh, it's going to be a buzzer beater. It's up to him.
Oh, what is it going to do?
Checkered flag.
Yay! Congratulations, Zanotti!
Alberto Zanotti is your winner of the Global Enduro Sebring 4 Hours. And let's take a look at Grant Jones. He's done the same, well, hasn't done the same distance, but he's certainly done the same time. And he is similarly dominating his class, a lap ahead of second place Juan Del Castillo. Grant Jones making his final lap now. Let's go on board with him. Flashing the lights in celebration. There you go. Grant Jones is your winner.
Congratulations. Woo!
And it is properly nighttime. Wayne Newton has finished. Paolo Nucci has finished. There we go. Congratulations, everybody. Your LMP2 field, Zanotti first, Newton second, Nucci third. In GTE, Grant Jones first, Juan Del Castillo second, Tom Prangley third.
Congratulations on everybody finishing.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you all for participating, and thank you guys for tuning in. It was wonderful to have you all tuning in the chat. Had some wonderful interactions there. We brought on some drivers and our race organizer. Had a great conversation there. And man, Serta is a talented fellow.
We'll give him our appreciation next time.
Most certainly. Well,
Yeah.
thank you guys all for tuning out. Until then, I've been Cody.
I've been Jenny.
And this has been Rom Rom.
Take care.
Absolutely.